what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is now night number 2 of the VALORANT Oceania Tour, close qualifier number 2 of stage 2. My name is Mitch Conky Concannon. Alongside me is Dion Komodo Parada. We are Con Komodo and we are coming at you again across all the VALORANT channels. And I'm very, very excited to get into this. Dion, we had Pilski last night. You're jumping back on along with me, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing, mate. It was nice to just sort of sit back and relax for a little bit there. It's been a very long time since I've actually kind of observed a little bit of the VALORANT action, in our region, because usually I'd been kind of on the camera a little bit. So it was a really good, nice change of pace to see you two together. But of course, I am so keen to be back at it, and for the next 2 days after this as well. So I'm really, really going to have some fun.
Absolutely. Stoked to have you back, my friend. And of course, guys, just for everyone who is joining us potentially for the first time, let's give you a little rundown of the tournament. So to break it down, obviously all of the teams are gunning for that OCE championship that you'll see second from the left. Of course, to get there, there is stage 1, 2, and 3. Inside those stages, we do have 2 lots of open qualifiers, which lead to closed qualifiers, and ultimately the top 4 for each of those qualifiers does go on to what is called basically a regional final for each stage. During those stages in the regional final, the teams will accumulate total points. Ultimately, the top in that part will go over to the Oceanic Championship. Top 8 teams there will duke it out and see who actually fires up to get over to that NA Last Chance qualifier. 2 Oceanic teams are going to be making their way over towards that location to fight it out, to join their brothers in Sonics to see if they've got what it takes to make it to the VALORANT Champions. That is going to be the exciting one. Obviously, we've got a few teams in Iceland this month as well, which is going to be super exciting. But it's not just that, Beyond. We've also got some prize money as well.
That is correct. All these teams will be taking home, well, provided they get to the top 4, that is. They have the chance, is where we are headed with that, to take home a little bit of extra money as well to be able to assist in whatever need. But, at the end of it, Mitch, what they are fighting for is that chance to get overseas, right? Money will help them along the way, will steer them in the right direction. And don't forget, it's not just the little prize for money that is coming on for this as well. There is an MVP award for one of the players who will be the star standout for it. $250 is what they'll be taking home courtesy of Vodafone.
Absolutely. So it is a very sort of exciting run that we've had. And, last night there was some crazy games. We had 4 lots of best of ones to really sort of warm us in. And I guess, sort of as you mentioned, we were discussing it earlier than the broadcast, kind of expected results. Direwolves and Nebula, that was sort of one that I expected to be close, and it was. But ultimately it was Nebula, who do seem to be a little bit more practiced. I do know that Direwolves have got some changes potentially coming. But yeah, look, until then, it's not going to matter. It's exciting to watch how the side of Nebula actually did go, a well-practiced team. And then again, because this is obviously stage number 2, we've already got 4 of our premier teams that are into those regional finals, which means we get to see a little bit of a different opportunity. So some great shot for, some of these teams we may not have actually seen on the big stage before.
And it's not like there was any extreme lackluster business done in yesterday's matches either, right? 13-7, 8 and 9 across the 4 matches is really good. No double digits to be seen, but it was the start for some of these teams that they really needed to see what they were going to be able to do. And, the way that Pilski kind of put it, it was an expected outcome going through from last night. It leads into a better bracketing system. I guess you could make the argument sort of in the Nebula Direwolves one. We probably would have thought the Direwolves would have been able to take that one, but a pleasant and welcome upset on the back of that one still does lead into a really good bracket. And today, Mitch, we are going to be diving down into the little lower bit. Tyrant and MC, and then Bandits and Direwolves.
Absolutely. So we are going to be seeing 2 of the teams technically, quote unquote, go home. Obviously, they will be all playing from home. We will be expecting to get to land. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everything does start to sort of settle down in that regard. And I guess that's where we're looking for, now, again, global stage, making it all the way over there. But look, 2 relatively entertaining games, I do believe. Tyrant versus McTeam. Tyrant's a team that I haven't really seen a whole lot of, but they are sort of seeming to at least bring some things together. I think they've got a lot of sort of structural work and foundational stuff that they do need to sort of explore, but they're picking up some different agents. They're trying to make it nice and spicy, and I love that. Whereas McTeam, a little bit more of a trolling kind of team, but regardless, they managed to get through here. There were some seriously solid teams in those open qualifiers that allowed them to get there. And then, of course, next up after that, it is going to be Bandits versus Direwolves. So that one, I think, will actually be really, really close. But both of these series should be.
Yeah, I'm expecting kind of both these to go to all three maps when we do get over to that as well. You know, I think if we stack this one up, Bandits and Direwolves might prove a little bit of a closer contention there. But I mean, we could definitely be seeing, you know, Tyrant versus McTeam going the distance as well. You know, I caught it a little bit yesterday, right? And I said we saw the foundations, like you mentioned, that are being built up between these two teams. It's just a matter of time before they really find something that can mesh for them and how far it will propel them. So really looking forward into this one to start us off for the night.
Absolutely. So why don't we introduce the players again for anyone who didn't witness it last night? Let's bring in Tyrant. So it is going to be, of course, Orange Pearl, Pocket, Myth, Swab, and Marsh. Now, it was cool to sort of get a little bit of understanding. Again, I know Pocket from CS. I played around, I've seen Myth sort of have a bit of some time, but didn't really know a whole lot about Orange Pearl, Marsh, or Swab. And, you know, it was kind of exciting to see what agents they picked up, how they played it along. So Myth, you know, regularly picking up that server. We saw Pocket sort of flex around on the Duelist. You know, he went for the Reyna last night. Swab picking up the Astra. Marsh was, I believe, on the Killjoy. So it is, you know, a roster that we sort of are trying to understand and watch them develop. But, you know, look, again, it's one of those potential teams we're trying to understand who are the up-and-comers and who are really going to be, you know, putting the time in together consistently to really eventually end up contesting those upper echelon teams.
Yeah, and of course, we can move over on towards to see the competitors that Tyrant will be going up toward tonight. It is going to be McTeam Image, Jamie, Andy, McKeg, Relapse, and Pairs. Of course, Relapse is going to be playing once again tonight. It's going to be welcome in as well, as we saw him kind of dancing around it yesterday on amongst the Jet. Pairs going to be on that other duelist role as well. And moving on forward, I mean, one of those things that we kind of have to keep in the back mind of us is the names that we see here technically aren't the ones that we're going to be seeing in the server as well. So that little disconnection can sometimes get the better of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I am keen to see, you know, what actually is going to be the swap around, because last night we didn't have Andy. I think there was an issue where he had the wrong client installed or something along those lines. So he's back in now, and we're going to see him ultimately swap out for Dinky. So it is quite a versatile roster McTeam, but, you know, they're all great players individually. So let's check out some of their stars, you know. So we're looking at Pocket and Pairs, both of which picked up the Reyna last night. They are the duelist flex, so I'm excited to see what we're actually going to come out, you know, what map they're going to be and what agents they pull out accordingly. But, you know, again, the duelist can always pull out some exciting things. The role, super important, looking to create all the space and allow the rest of the team to follow them as they execute towards those sites. So, you know, two iconic players that can really sort of, you know, do some good things. But, you know, we're not going to know what they're sort of going to pull out until the maps do start to come through, which is just going to be around the corner.
And that's the exciting thing, isn't it? Because we've only seen these teams a little handful of times in amongst the little casting endeavors that we've gone towards. So there's always those sort of welcome surprises to be brought on through. And I mean, you know, I've seen Myth around the region for quite a little bit of time, and it's really good to see that he's been able to kind of find a team that he can really mesh with and everything. And back on that server, of course, is something that I will be hoping to see come out from him. Of course, we can look over towards the map pool in a sec as well and see kind of where we are going to be going towards. And as it does get brought up, Mitch, we start on Ascent, we get over to Icebox. That's going to tickle my fancy. And if we need it, which I'm expecting, we'll end on Bind.
Absolutely. And look, all I can say is I'm just glad it's not Haven. You know, we had 3 Havens in a row last night, and I was starting to lose my mind a little bit because it was 13-8, 13-8, 13-8. So I guess, you know, a map like Haven does have very sort of open slather. You know, anything can kind of happen, which is why it is an exciting map to see selected in a best of one. But Pilsky sort of had the comment. It was like, I would want anything else except for Haven to be played in a best of one. So this time around, it's not going to be Haven. We are going to be seeing Ascent, Icebox, and Bind. And obviously, to our excitement, I guess, you know, McTeam pulling that pocket pick of Icebox, you know, potentially that's what they're seeing as the confidence pick for them, because, you know, still even to this day in the region, we do see varying teams pick it up from time to time. You know, Bliss is one that we used to see it on. You know, Sonic's obviously in North America right now. Fantastic, taking it off, you know, the likes of Renegades, TSM. So I think, you know, they've a huge contest in the future. So I think a lot of players are sort of trying to follow that. And I hope that they do sort of, you know, keep up on the meta a little bit as well on the back of it.
And it's going to be interesting for me on Icebox as well for McTeam, right? Because you look at McTeam and you sort of think, all right, how much practice are they putting in towards themselves going into water? Icebox is not a map, in my opinion, that you can kind of just log in toward the server and just go and try, right? Usually you see teams throughout the region getting out that Viper, and you got to have, you know, that correct utility going down. You got to have the decisive plays, because usually teams would forego the generic smoking agents. You know, Omen, Brimstone, and Astra won't technically be seen with the Viper on this map. It'll be cool to see a little bit of change up come forward from McTeam. But if we're looking at them, you know, are we just going to see the kind of tried and tested Omen come back on toward this map for them, get out the Killjoy, get out the Jet and stuff? Maybe we do see that Reyna as well, but usually it'll be over toward the Raze. It'll be interesting for me to see what Pairs is going to be bringing out on that one. But yeah, it's kind of one of those BO3s that is going to put forward before us tonight, where there is that unknown factor, and that really excites me.
Yeah, and obviously in the current meta at this point in time as well, we are sort of anchoring towards that Astra. It's almost like, I swear, 100% pick rate, for really what we're sort of seeing. And I guess anyone that is sort of still pulling out the Omen, obviously Chad agent, by the way, everyone is sort of still opting towards that. And I absolutely get it. Astra's kit is very strong right now. It makes it a little bit hectic for your poor eyes, unfortunately, but that's okay. And the Viper is another one, right? Obviously we are playing on the current patch where the nerf has come through. So now no longer does it go 50 to 1 HP in the decay, it's now down to 30. So that actually gives an opportunity where I guess she's not being like completely nerfed to the wall, where it's no longer a viable option, but it does start to make it a little bit more fair. Because one thing we did see yesterday was, I think it was Hayes from Bandits pulling out that Viper on a map like Ascent and was doing really good things. So, great use of the snake bite, obviously, that heads over. You can go over some of the walls with it and effective like that. And also great use of the poison cloud and even just the Viper's Pit. So I think her kit is still really strong. Alongside an Astra, definitely not computer friendly given the amount of frame drops that we're sort of going to be seeing, but as it sort of does come along. But anyway, guys, look, I think just whilst we can, I don't want to sort of, talk about everything too much, but we have just been given the call that there will be a couple of PC issues just on one side of the players. So we're going to go to a quick break, hopefully not too long, and then we'll jump straight back into the game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And again, thank you for your patience. We have just received confirmation that a forced Windows update has been the terror once more, but he is actually connected into the server, which does mean we will be jumping into the game very, very shortly. Of course, the opening map will be Ascent. And Dion, I'm excited to get straight into this one.
I'm really excited to get straight into it as well, to kick off the action for a potential 6 maps, 2 BO3s that we will have this evening ready to rumble on amongst all of the Valorant channels. And Mitch, before we do go over into the map, do you have a prediction on how this one's going to turn out?
Oh, I feel like it's one of those ones, right, where if McTeam are feeling it, I think they can actually take it 2-0, but I am going to sort of start to have the estimation that does go to 3 maps, maybe a 2-1 towards McTeam, but again, you know, it very much just depends on who's actually going to feel right at the right time, because, you know, with this kind of roster, anything can happen, you know, especially obviously me becoming robot at the same time, but that's okay. We'll get along through that.
Yeah, I'm putting my prediction on 2-1 to my team over here from what I witnessed last night and from what I've seen about the little history and amongst the individual players and amongst the team effort as well and the dynamic with them. I think that my team should be able to edge over just in terms of the individuality on the roster, and it will come down to the sort of pure rifle rounds where it comes down to that team area as well. And I think one of the tendencies tonight is going to be a little bit of that Jet difference, right? To see if the Jets in tonight are going to be properly getting out those entries and the actually second duelists, right? Because we do actually coming into this have more than one duelist on these rosters. So it's going to come down to the space that they can make for their guys and if they can capitalize upon that.
Well, without further ado, I do actually think we're going to be jumping straight into the game. It looks like everything is ready to go. So, yeah, look, in the server, it's time. It is the opening map of the evening. Again, we are going to be seeing 2 of these teams tonight eliminated out of the server, and it does appear that we've got our agents in hand. So it's actually Relapse who is going to be picking up the Sage right now. Once again, Mike on the Astra. And seeing it over the other side, no real sort of surprises, except I actually do notice, did I see Myth on the Killjoy here?
You did indeed, I believe, waiting for just to be able to see what the sort of setup is for right now and what the agent picks are. So we've got the Sages here, we've got the Sovas, we've got the Astras, then we got a Phoenix and the Killjoy, as opposed to the Reyna and the Jet. So once more, Jet, non-existent for Tyrant. But look at this already. This is a supreme amount of information through mid.
Yeah, Dixie starting to make his way all the way along. Excited to see actually how he pops off tonight. You know, back one of those sort of prestigious AWPers from back in the day on CS. But as we say that, he's punished. Pocket's going to be able to find him as he does march over towards short. So that was a nice little sort of wait position, I guess. You know, sort of giving themselves some extra time. The slow up from Relapse will force them back. But Mike gets the additional frag. And now Pairs, also good for 1. Relapse going to be traded. So that's a second for Pocket. But they still have to go and get that spike down. It's over towards B-Link.
Oh, and that's a nice bit of timing to come out from Suave as well. Pairs was primed and loaded over toward the short location to try and dispatch of 1. But with where the spike is right now, it's actually in Eric's possession over in Tiles. And you know the team are just going to be playing a little bit of a crossfire right now. It's on to Tyrant to overwhelm them. And that's a sharp shot to come out from Mike. A little bit unfortunate for Marsh. But now Eric waiting for the time. It's a 1 versus 2. They line up, but no, they do not, unfortunately. Tyrant, they make work of a sticky situation. They bring it back by some nice timing.
Well done. Nice opening, obviously, coming out here from Pocket to be able to pick up the 3K with the Ghost. But yeah, man, look, it is a good start at exactly what Tyrant need. I suppose a map like Ascent, not sort of heavily sided on either sort of position. I guess, you know, we still would have sort of think the attack side is a little bit more favored at this point in time, but they're going to be moving on to that second round buy. Suave only going for the Sheriff here. The rest of them picking up that usual sort of Spectre, and only a gentle investment. Pairs to go for the Frenzy. So I think they're happy to just sort of wait out this one, you know, move and play into that bonus as usual.
Oh, that's kind of nice from Marsh to be able to start something off for Tyrant. Pepper up on these eco frags, get one step closer toward your ultimate as well. Rounds such as this, you would generally like to see your Jet kind of try and farm up a little bit of those orbs, you know, likewise of your Haven, where you can just go down towards A long, farm it up. You could try to push down through A, get a little bit of contestation there, or through towards B main. But for what it is, McTeam, they are going to be punished for attempting a B main push. And I mean, as you just see it, Mitch, you know, it's only the second round. We're really waiting for the bonus to be coming through and then the proper rifle rounds.
Making it through. Curveball to go out, selling some fake information, but it does look like they're actually going to charge over towards this position. Now, Eric, he's found a fair bit of info here. Might actually help him out a little bit, but no. Again, only with the classics, always a bit of a challenge. Relapse up towards top mid. Pocket's going to be able to find him. So just on the pairs, hope for a little bit of damage and then potentially move on from there. But look, you know, at the end of the day, well done from Tyrant. Happy for them to live on with 5. I think pairs potentially could pick up something, but given how, you know, passive sort of Tyrant are giving, you know, they're not trying to sort of funnel into any choke points. Information gathered, Pocket's going to be able to spot him. So this should be a relatively easy round to be picked up for Tyrant. 5 alive, and then obviously able to move into that bonus nice and comfortably.
Oh, a dink out from Pez in at the end, but it's not going to net the frag. Flawless for Tyrant in the end. And as you just say, moving over in toward the bonus, it is going to be the arsenal of affairs over on the side of McTeam now, getting out those Vandals, getting out the Phantom as well there for Eric. And I just say, for this bonus round Tyrant, they do have these Spectres and that Sheriff still, but they've also got the run it back. A situation like this could actually see them find a quite an implosive opening if they need to contain themselves. They're grouping over towards B, and if you've got any overstep from McTeam here, could actually see the bonus go towards Tyrant.
Will we find anything off the back of that shock dart? No, it won't be quite, but it's just Pocket, you know, happy to sort of move in with that run it back. It is going to be nicely found, though, with the gravity well forcing him away. That's going to be the ultimate taken down. Myth now trying to find some information. Eric's going to have to actually get over towards the other side, but they are still charging in. It's actually been some good damage dealt, though, by this Astra. And now Pear's trying to force his way through. Going to be able to get out with the Empress as well. Vandal in hand. Orange Pearl good for the trade. But now Pear's, again, has to try and find the big damage here. We'll be able to use the dismiss to get away onto the other side. Gets the reload off. So he's still in a good position to do some further damage there. On 3 now for Pear's. 1 on 3.
All on Orange Pearl. We'll get in front of the slow orb. Dixie trying to get a bit of elevation to spot out the player. Any more damage here that Orange Pearl can find will be really well placed in this bonus round. He will be able to find Pairs dash away though, and now it's quite vulnerable. The heal is still available for Orange Pearl, and you know the McTeam is going to group up and play this in the 2 versus 1. Heal's not available for Dixie at the moment, and with the spike down in main, they can hold off this crossfire, though the wall from Orange Pearl vertically aligned will be able to get across to get the spike and then try to get to the plant, but that's exactly where you know that McTeam are going to go together, and hopefully that heal will be available for them. Orange Pearl, not sure if they've gotten onto the site, but should be going for the stick of the plant. Now they're going to funnel in together, and the heal's coming over to Dixie.
Yeah, good timing. It's going to be a very big challenge here for Orange Pearl. No shield available as well. Now the information gathered does fire a couple of warning shots, but as they move on in as a unit, nice and clean from McTeam. Great round from Pairs there, and they will get on the board with their first. But look, at least at the end of the day, great damage, obviously picking up that spike plant as well. The Tyrant is going to have some decent money moving on to this bonus, the post round of the bonus, sorry, as their full buy will come out into the 4th.
Yep, finding 3 kills in the round, and the plant nets them a little bit of extra money for themselves, but not only that, it's a little bit of extra damage over towards McTeam. The run it back in the beginning, it doesn't really net anything for Pocket, just wastes a little bit of the Astra utility and keep Tyrant at bay for a little bit before they blow in. So when they eventually get in, you know, the shots come out, the damage has been seen. Look at the purchase that McTeam are forced to come out with in this one. You've got light shields on towards Pairs, who was already finding a great amount of frags in amongst the rounds just then, so maybe if they were on that team, you'll kind of be like, all right, well, you could offset it to give him the full shields and let him go a little bit haywire in the round, but you know that he's got that Devour to get a little bit of the extra HP where needed. So for what it's worth, my team have a pretty comfortable buy going into this new round. Although Pocket, already being down deep towards mid, could be quite interesting. A lot of ground being made from Tyrant already.
Pocket into the pocket, but he does choose to get out of there for the time being. Spike still just outside B-Link. We'll be able to recover that one now. It does look like they're still somewhat setting their sights over towards this A location, however, as Myth does get the opening onto Dixie. So that's a good start, a good response. It does look like Marsh doesn't want to overstep or anything like that. The call has potentially been made to sort of rotate away. And in that position, McTeam only leaving the one member, of course, that will be Eric as usual. Mike rotating back. So I think they've actually found the right call here, Dion. Looks like they will continue to split in towards this B position. Market control may be gathered, but whether or not Marsh will spot out Mike onto the other side, does pick up the Vandal. Would have heard that one too, yeah, for sure. Still a 4 versus 5. Advantage going the way of Tyrant. Now they're going to execute onto this side.
30 seconds to go, and it's paramount for McTeam to get over toward this B site. Nice adjustment from Mike, expecting the gap in their own defenses to be exploited here from Tyrant, but now they're dropping on toward the site. Myth gets his head taken off by Eric. The trades do come out. Double so for Tyrant. They do have this resurrection available too. It's going to come back out onto Myth here. Mike getting out brilliant amounts of damage. Pairs could even pop the Empress if need be. 1 versus 3 can dismiss away after 1, but he's not even going to be able to find that one. All onto Mike. Would need the ace in this round to be able to find it for his squad, but not going to happen as Suave will get the closure, and Tyrant, they will take more so of a lead. And with the way that the money's going, force McTeam into a bit of an eco.
Well done. I do like that wall. I think, you know, potentially you can see sort of the toes first onto the other side. It makes it a little bit challenging if you're sort of re-entering into the side on the offense. But Tyrant, yeah, 3 rounds, putting McTeam into that economic disadvantage. Gonna have to just go for a little bit of the save. A couple of sheriffs being toyed around with. Pairs once more gonna go for the frenzy. Would like to see McTeam maybe do something a little bit more aggressive, and it looks like they will, heading towards a long, maybe trying to contest for that orb down towards the position, but it's just going to be Marsh sitting, waiting, see if anyone does go towards it. He's got to actually give it up too, and that does allow for the Bladestorm, Dion, and an opening pick for Pairs that is missed to get it up, but quickly traded by Pocket.
Quickly traded by them, and now that they know that the eco is here, Tyrant, they might look to get a little bit more hastily into all the site. Some missed blades, though, come out from Dixie. Doesn't really give a good reassurance toward the ultimate usage in this round, and now things are starting to go a little bit swimmingly for Tyrant. It quickly comes to a close, only dropping Myth. He'll have his Hunter's Fury coming into the next round, and that one, I guess, you know, you put it for what it's worth. You take that as a little bit of a slap on the wrist because you got your rifles back for the team here. This is where they can really start to find their footing on this defensive side.
Pocket having a great start too, 9-2 on that Phoenix. Really love to see it. Rest of the side sort of, you know, not really slipping behind, I guess. You know, Myth starting off a little bit slow, but it's fine. You know, the Sova grabbing all the information possible. And Relapse yet to get on the board, but look, you know, it's still plenty of time. Obviously that Sage, very important. Need the Slorb, need the heals. But Pocket going for the contest once more. It looks like Relapse has actually got the wall down early on. Pocket doesn't quite need it, does have the run back available, but it's not going to be through that A main position just yet, whether or not they actually want to try and break the wall and go for it, but time will tell.
Situation like this, might want to see them use their own... Oh, no! Dixie! Oh, I was going to say, situation like this, you might want to see them use their own barrier wall to get over this one, but they are going to destroy it in amongst the gravity well. Pocket goes through. The Cosmic Divide's already down. He's just charging straight through it right now. No curveball to go in. Marsh for the flank as well can start to get something attuned in toward the round. Myth in finding Pairs might even just be for the save over towards McTeam, but in finding that frag,
he's on the side.
Should suggest that they are going to go for it now with this player advantage for Tyrant. I mean, how they're going to get holding onto this one. Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide for McTeam might bring them in toward the site, and there you go. Cosmic Divide's down. How does Tyrant defend now their spike?
Absolutely, getting the owl drone through onto the other side. We'll gather all the information now. I was going to say I like that wall, but now it's actually being used against them a little bit onto the other side. Being able to use that one. Orange Ball forcing his way through, so they've actually done it, Theon. Very nicely defended by Tyrant there. Unfortunately, the utility from the Astra of McTeam wasn't quite enough, and they will be able to find another round, a 5th on the board here. Once again, an economic break for Tyrant. And yeah, poor Dixie, mate, you know, missing a couple of shots, definitely putting himself into an awkward position, and finding it now, 4 rounds difference, struggle street.
Feels a little bit awkward, that wall going down, the Cosmic Divide for McTeam there. Almost feels like it just gave Tyrant a little bit of that peek in toward the spike to spot it out and then fall back instantly. You know, would it be a little bit deeper, might have forced a little bit more of a contested play around it and gave McTeam a little bit more worth in the round in terms of those jewels, not having to quickly adjust their aim, have a little bit more depth. But it is what it is. Tyrant do find it, and now they are looking to absolutely open up the bag in this round. 2 quick kills from Suave. Mike forced off with this utility as well. Not going to be peeking in through all the hot hands. It's really just not going really well for McTeam so far on the opening. And on the flip side of that, Mitch, Tyrant, they are opening up with a banger.
Spike planted.
Well, exactly right. You know, McTeam need to rely sort of on their experience, on their consistency. Mike will be able to find one, narrowly missing the shot onto Myth, onto the other side. He just has to wait now with the Sheriff. Very awkward situation. Going to send out the Owl drone and even going to collect onto him as well. Suave's picked up 3 in the process. It's all on the pairs. Sharper player on the team will be able to find that first shot. Orange Pell dinked up as well. That's the 145 in 1D on the 8 to see with this one. Has to avoid the recon bolt now, though. Now seeing if anyone will head along towards the flank. But pretty much all Pairs can really hope for is potentially just some extra damage. It's going to be looking onto the other side. Pairs narrowly missing the shot. Couple, but nah, look, it's going to be another round picked up. Orange Pell even going in with the heal. They continue to contest. I think Pairs actually going to go down to the spike here as well. Yeah, he's going to get out. He's done. Orange Pell alive, and Tyrant getting 3 here nicely.
They have at least tied up the half now on this attacker's side, really looking to run it on through. McTeam are going to have another purchase to come through on this one, but the strong suit really hasn't been the rifle rounds for them, right? We've just seen these pistols kind of look a little bit more potent than not. So to be able to get back out this operator is going to be really well placed for Dixie, though really has to find the opening, really has to find the conversion on the back of that as well. Going in glass cannon style without the shields, Relapse still kind of being a little bit non-existent. We've seen a little bit of the utility kind of hold off Tyrant for a small amount of time, but nothing too far-fetched. So really, you're looking at a couple of these key individuals for McTeam that need to step up a little bit here, and for Tyrant to just keep on moving. They're on this train, and that direction is taking them to their destination.
Patience now. Relapse, hoping that he might find something off the back of this wall boost. Does get the information, but Pocket, this guy, he's been very impressive on this Phoenix so far in the match. Myth looking to clear out towards CT, trying to gather that information, but it's actually going to be Dixie this time. Can he hit the shot? Theon spots out Pocket down towards bottom mid, but he does have to reposition. There is already another member up towards this short line. Of course, the usual, the Jet will be able to use the tailwind, and look at him lining it up as well. Andy trying to work out what he wants to do here, but they're just going to wait. See if any further aggression will actually come out. Pairs looking to spot out one. Does have to sit back. Now the lockdown will be engaged. Dixie does miss another shot. Pocket straight in. Drops down Pairs. Dion, Tyrant, and menacing right now.
Yeah, a situation like this for McTeam, they might even just go for a little bit of a save. Make sure that they have that operator to play with in the next round. Otherwise, it's just going to be back onto a bit of a half bite or an even a... You know, just take that as a full eco to make sure you got everything back in towards your round afterwards, and they've still got these abilities, so saving here, they'll be able to go at it again, but kind of the time, you know, on the back of those openings, Pocket finding just a beautiful shot over the Nebula on towards Relapse boosted on up. That's sort of one of those off angles, right, that you don't usually expect, but if you know it's a thing, you'll always usually be looking at it. And for Pocket, looked at the right direction, found the opener, and Tyrant is forcing McTeam into submission here. It's just looking like a one-sided affair.
Pretty much. And now in this position, you know, having looked at the save, feeling it a little bit for Andy right now. Hasn't hit many shots, which definitely, again, you know, one of the premier AWPers from our region back in the CSGO days, where obviously a big chunk of this McTeam roster do come from. Well, pretty much all of them, actually. I'm not sure about McEgg, but that will be Eric. Does find 2. And Mike also to drop 1 as well. So maybe Tyrant getting a little bit greedy here. So they do drop a fair few, but look, they've got money, everything on the board. So it's just going to be another one. But look, Relapse, come on, buddy. Get on the board, mate. We need you.
Yeah, the money stretched a little bit thin here for McTeam as well. Just a little bit of that extra damage that Tyrant were charging for at the end of the round. And if you're looking at this one, you've got Suave 1 away from the Cosmic Divide. You've got Pocket 1 away from the run it back, still leading out the charge for his team as well. Hate to be able to give him a second life. So it looks like he might even try to farm up the ultimate orb over toward this A main area. Relapse, you wouldn't expect him to go for the challenge. Likewise of Pairs, this should look to be a pretty decent opener from Tyrant if they do open up at the A site, but they've revealed themselves in the footstep department, grabbing that ulti orb, and now they can just sit with it and see if McTeam are going to adjust anywhere. And I look my eyes to that radar. They've brought 4 players over towards A because they've also pushed that operator up through B main.
Very big amounts of control, all the information stacked up, but now this puts Dixie in a position, I think, you know, just off the back of the information, you know, minimal sort of stuff thrown towards mid. Tyrant, they're actually going to rotate around. Orange Pell seems to sort of have a bit of a sniff of an idea of how these teams are set up, but they will call back, starting to move in towards the position, heading towards top mid. And chilling. Dixie, there we go, on the board with that operator. Finally able to open up in the round, putting McTeam in the advantage for a little while longer. Pairs, though, swinging out onto the other side of the box. Myth Getting the shock dart up, but now it is going to be the runner back Dion, looking to get it towards this site, and it will be
He's on the board.
Here we go. On the board, getting the spike down, putting it into an awkward situation, but now they rotate out, but they've only got 25 seconds, Dion. They've got to get going quickly.
Time is a virtue, but it feels like Tyrant have underestimated how much that they needed to get something established in amongst this round. They fall to the operator in the beginning, and they fall to another one over at the site one trying to bust on in. Suave is keeping them here, but he doesn't know that all 5 of them there. Myth, he's going to have to go onto the site to get this plant. Pocket, he's going to be the hold. They will get the plant down. Maybe a little bit of an unexpected outcome for McTeam, but now this is where you would absolutely hate to see a McTeam fumble the ball. They have it in their court, Mitch.
Let's go, Pocket. Put him in the position. This is your opportunity now, my friend. Time to shine. You're so far ahead, and make it look like why you are dominating in this matchup right now. Clearing around towards CT. We'll be able to hold the line. Myth should be able to get that information around, but Pocket, he needs to sort of get a little bit of a wriggle on. Find the control. There's the first. Pocket picking up 3. Defense on an absolutely monolithic
no
position.
way.
And now Myth.
No way.
The shot's been missed. And Dion, this could have been a 2v5 for the ages, and it absolutely will be.
You're kidding me.
Word. Dixie goes down, and that is a colossal play from Tyrant.
That is a testament from Tyrant. That is a 2 versus 5 that they had no right in winning. The ball was in McTeam's court, as I said. It wasn't even just in their half of the court, Mitch. It was in their square. It was at their 3-point line. It was so far close to the damn ring that they should have been able to slam dunk it. And you know what? They just dropped it. They absolutely dropped it. They line up for Pocket, finding the right timing, and that is just absolutely superb. That has to be one of the plays of the day, the night, the tournament so far. 2 versus 5 like that? Ah, chef's kiss.
And just super clean too, you know, right? Like, obviously McTeam certainly didn't put it the way that they needed to, but it was just perfectly positioned by Pocket, and to have him line up, picking it up with the Phantom, you know, not getting any sort of dink shots and swung around on, he manages to close it out. Now Eric getting that Hunter's Fury off, trying to find some damage in towards the long position. Relapse onto the other side, jumping up in towards Heaven, though Marsh going to be taken down. So forcing his way onto the opposing side, but there's going to be the resurrection. The wall's also down. So another round here opportunity, and yeah, there you go, information onto the toes. They settle down for the post plant, 5 versus 5.
Hunter's Fury goes in as Suave finds the opener onto Pears, who was already good for one in the round. Resurrection coming on through brought a bit of life back in towards Marsh. And now for Tyrant, they're kind of just settling on this fact. A good hold from Orange Pearl on towards Dixie, but Pears brought back into the land of the living too. Still, the player advantage equalized now, doubled over towards McTeam's favor, but they really need to get in amongst this spike. Great double shot come out from Marsh, and now Myth in finding that one puts it all onto Mike. And with only this judge, he is not going to be the jury or the executioner in this round. Maybe good for another one though on the exit, but the round, it does go over to Tyrant, and everybody is going to be falling to the spike. Nope, they should just be able to get away. Oh, Myth. His toes were in the water there.
Gives it a little look. Also Judge Judy, yeah?
Judge Judy, not Judge Jury, always.
You know the one. So that awesome stuff coming out from Tyrant. This has been super clean and very entertaining right now. I've enjoyed every single second of it. You know, it's normally in these maps where it's a really heavy sort of, you know, one-sided affair, but McTeam, I guess they have been quiet. They've not been able to hit their shots, but Tyrant have been playing it just that much better, and it does sort of warm me with some hope that, you know, there's some good up-and-coming teams in this region that are sort of here to party. Clearly, they're well executed, they're well scrimmed, they're definitely getting some sort of stuff together, and it means that, unfortunately, a team like McTeam that doesn't really put in the hours on the practice, they're being punished for it. But now, the aggression, it does pick up, seeing the move on in. Pocket looking to find some more. It's actually going to be Suave, but look how easy it is right now. Pears does manage to find one, but he does get the trade over towards the Vandal, but now being wallbanged. Mike, can he find anything with this Bulldog? It's such a bad weapon to be in this position with, and it's now all in a Pears. He does have a Vandal, and he obviously does have the Empress available as well, so it all starts with one. An individual frag here, Dion.
Spike planted.
Looking a little bit pear-shaped for him right now as well. 33 HP is not what you want. You can be able to get an affordance of heals, but never mind. Orange Pearl will find him in the end, and there's double digits for Tyrant on the attacker's side as well. I mean, that round, that 2 versus 5, that's still in my mind, right? It's one of the big crushing rounds to McTeam where it feels like it kind of broke him a little bit, but then again, they didn't really have any rounds backed up behind that the breaking could have been seen a little bit earlier. Though, There is this round, and there is the other side. Can their attacking adventure be a little bit better than their defensive one?
We'll find out. But right now, it does very much like feeling a bit towards a GG go next. But that's okay. Icebox, it's been picked for a reason. May very well be where we see something filthy come out from McTeam here. Relapse does get 1.5, maybe 3/4. There's a fair bit of damage in that position, but Mike actually pushing on in towards the other side. He's got
is he gonna get done?
Back here.
Oh, no!
That is really, really unfortunate. I can give a little bit of a kiss. Are you joking me? Oh
Pocket.
Everything is a summary of this game right now. That is it right there.
Oh, and the wall as well. Dixie has to go over, and Orange Pearl will find it. That's a situation where you've just got utility out for whatever reason, and you can just use it and win out the round. Pocket, a little bit of BM, you could argue there as well in just not shooting him straight away. It is the, haha, you are my prey. You are not escaping. But man, 11-1 over to Tyrant. That is just an explosive half, man. Oh my.
Pretty happy with that. And it's not like any sort of individual is overperforming or anything like that. You know, sure, Pocket is going kind of nuclear, Suave, pretty similar. But every single person has done their part, right? You know, you can't really expect a whole lot from an offensive Soba or Killjoy. They're just pretty much there to chuck down the utility and get the job done. But now they look to push on in. It's got to be that offense from McTeam. They have to try and find this pistol round, because if there's no success, I don't really know what they're going to be able to do here. And look at the damage already done. Onto the other side, the wall is going to go down for Orange Pearl, but does he just push in and try to find the big boy round here? You know, Pockets had one. Obviously, we saw Myth in that 1v2 situation as well. But Orange Pearl, there's the opener that we do need, and the walls. Oh no!
Huh?
How have they botched
What's
that
happened
one?
here?
They put down the wall, and I think. Oh no, McTeam, come on, man.
They've sent the spike in first, and the wall has gone the wrong way, and now they are locked in towards B main as well, because Pocket is just watching the exit, and with this frenzy, he's only going to be good for one, so afforded a bit of an exit. Mike might want some HPs to come on forward as well, but, you know, there's no Sage available for McTeam right now. Sirens still have this player advantage, and you know what? They still even just have the spike. That wall is still up.
At least they have two members living. We'll go with that for the time being, right? Eric might be spotted out by Suave in a second. Gathers the information. Nice little right click onto the head, but unfortunately not enough. Classic, not quite as busted as it once was.
Left.
Now Myth looking to slowly push on in, see if anyone has cleared out towards this situation. And that's the main thing, right? They're going for the pincer attack, but by being so split, it does start to make it awkward. Mike's going to be spotted out by Orange Pearl. Easy as you does it. Hearing a little bit of an elephant step on through. Now going for the swing. Orange Pearl with 3. And man, oh man, Dion, 13-1 is looking like a serious chance right here. Unless we do see something explosive come out from McTeam. And look, I hope they get something. I hope they find a round. But man, Tyrant are just so far ahead of the curve right now. And again, as I mentioned, it makes me really happy because sure, McTeam, they haven't been, you know, performing up to their sort of standard that I kind of expected. I did think this one would actually be kind of close, right? Like, but
Yeah,
we're just not
I
seeing
did.
that right now.
Yeah, definitely in amongst, you know, all of the accumulation of rounds from Tyrant, it feels like that pistol one McTeam have just fallen over, right? They have just done themselves in. So this is going to be their chance to at least get another round established on the board. They're already getting walled off over towards B main. Orange Pearl does have a bit of a gap that Pairs will try to exploit, but to fall on through, he's not going to be able to fit through that, you would expect. Myth, Pocket, start things off. Again, that's the spike down. Orange Pearl can contest again. They know exactly where these remaining two McTeam players are. Our drone's going to be sent in as Orange Pearl finds Eric, and now it's just down to Pairs, and Orange Pearl again will be there to close it on off. 13-1 is an explosive map scoreline in any match of Valorant, and for the opener of a series as well in an elimination game, it's hot under the collar now for McTeam.
Absolutely, Dion. I feel like I've blinked and the match was actually over. So a 13-1 on Ascent going the way of, Tyrant, which is, again, sort of a bit surprising to say. Ascent, quite an open map. You know, there's the opportunity for the Jewelers to run around and have a lot of impact, but they were just able to sort of break their way through the site, Pocket at the helm, and it was a really impressive one. I think that 5 versus 2 is going to go down as one of the better plays that I've actually seen in the qualifier. So we are going to take a quick break, guys, run over to the ads, and then we'll be back right around the corner with Icebox. Don't go anywhere.
I just time traveled. Ah, today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again. Thank you for hanging around in the break. But of course, guys, I do have to let you know about LG OLED. Unleash the power, next generation performance, brought to you by LG OLED. LG's OLED TVs not only have G-Sync compatibility and self-lit pixels, but can also match dynamic console refresh rates of up to 4K to reduce motion blur and stuttering in games. So make sure you do check out lg.com/NZ for more info. But guys, now that I've run that by you all, and do make sure you check it out, by the way, Dion, this is back. We are Konkmodo, and we're looking forward to Icebox after a little bit of a one-sided affair.
Yeah, it got really hot over on Ascent for Tyrant, and now maybe that they are going into, the map pick of McTeam, that they'll cool down a little bit over into the Barren Wastelands. But that's kind of what we want to hope to see, right? We thought that this series would be very close, and by the way that is kind of unfolding right now, maybe that's not going to look to be the case. So we almost just need to see a completely new McTeam come on through, because I've seen it. Jamie is kind of falling back to a little bit of the old endeavors,
Oh, look, it is what it is. I guess at the end of the day, they clearly did well to make their way through the open qualifier and get to here. And I guess that's really what they sort of have to prepare for, I suppose. There's only typically so far a brand new team with minimal prac can sort of get towards, and especially when you're chopping and changing members so much. But look, they're here to have some fun. Whereas clearly Tyrant, they mean business. And I think they are going to, potentially surprise us here on Icebox. I definitely think that McTeam going in for that pocket pick is going to have something in store for us. But with that being said, after that, what do you even do if you're in McTeam's situation? You know, you've just been absolutely rinsed. You've just got to reset, recover, and look to jump straight back into it. And I do think we are actually pretty close to the game as well.
Yeah, I think we are right around the corner from getting into it too. So hopefully we do see some refreshment come through on the side of McTeam. And I guess, you know, on the flip side as well for Tyrant, that they can just continue to do what they did. You know, they were finding the really nice timing over on Ascent. They were really putting the punishment on towards just those rotations, right? You saw how many times McTeam kind of over-rotated, and that was capitalized upon it from Tyrant. So as we look to go over into Icebox, will that be a repeat?
We'll have to find out, but Icebox, it is the map that I absolutely despised when I first came on into it, but now I'm actually kind of loving it, and I think, you know, we're going to have to say McTeam saying I'm loving it afterwards if they are continuing on in the rest of this series, of course. Guys, once again, if you are just tuning in, we are Konkmoto, and this is the Valorant Oceanic Tour of 2021. Of course, we're in Stage 2 right now. This is Close Qualifier number 2, and the top 4 teams from this event will be going to face off the teams of our Stage 1 qualifiers, and then ultimately duking it out for some of those points. These teams, they want to prove themselves in North America. So Dion, take it away. Icebox, Tyrant versus McTeam.
So, to me, it looks like here that the Astras have been swapped out for the Vipers. Pocket has swapped from Phoenix to Jet, and that's about it. Everybody is just bringing forward the exact same lineup from Ascent, which is going to be really interesting. I do like that the Killjoy is back for Tyrant on this map as well. You know, sometimes you do see teams foregoing the Killjoy to get out another duelist of such. So, for McTeam, that's what they've done. They aren't playing any of those Sentinels by your Sage, and for right now, the Storm is coming over towards the kitchen. Marsh opening up, though, fading away. It's now Mist turn to get something done, but it is stolen there again, and this is just a good containment build around the kitchen. Marsh, he's cooking up something spicy. He's on for the ace.
I was about to say, Storm in the kitchen right now. Certainly got a tasty little recipe upon there. And Marsh, they're going to let him get the ace. So nicely done. If you want to sort of make a bit of a statement on the map pick of your enemy team, why not open up with an ace on the pistol round? Certainly a good position to be in. They are starting on the defensive side, which obviously is a little bit more easy. But of course, you know, they still have to face up against the contestant of what McTeam will throw at them. It was some good damage if Marsh wasn't exactly there to deny it. You know, at least Dixie and Eric were able to pick up a frag apiece, but now, as we move on into this second round, of course, it will just be the eco, seeing where we can actually find McTeam go, whether or not they'll be able to at least get a spike plan or something. But I need to see McTeam step up here. I know they can. Individual prowess is certainly there, but I'm not, you know, feeling it right now.
Yeah, we need more substance to come through from them. That's to be sure. Hopefully on their rifle rounds, they'll be able to come out with something, because Orange Pearl, only with the Sheriff right now, feels a little bit like it's high noon. There's 3, looking for 4. He's even fine. Individual prowess coming through from Marsh, and now from Orange Pearl. It's a firing range with Sheriff.
Dude, a couple of yeehaws. Maybe it's high noon coming out for Orange Pearl, as you did say. You know, not sure if he was from CS in the background or if it was Overwatch, but regardless, we do come back in with a second round for Tyrant. Nice and clean. Pocket. I don't particularly like this operator pickup, but given how well he was performing, given how far technically they are ahead, just go for it, right? Why not?
Well, certainly has invested in it, and this is the bonus round to come through from Tyrant, if you can really even call it a bonus round anymore with the purchase that they do have. Suave is known, and Pocket will fall off a line at the wrong time too. And I think maybe that the operator had been seen. It's going to be known when it echoes on through in just a little bit, but this A-site defense is starting to get a little bit picked apart. Pairs will find the opener, and that's going to be go time for McTeam.
Absolutely, Pocket does have that line. We'll be able to at least get the bolt out and the wall up as well. Marsha's find one on the flank, though. He's got the lockdown available. Whether or not he actually wants to use it, holding that line, narrowly missing the shot. Eric will be able to go on towards the swing, and now moving up into this area in the middle, watching over towards the side. Dixie is up as well. So they're just waiting, seeing who's going to be tapping on towards the spike there. Pocket, does he fire the warning shot? He will, gives away the information, but I think he may very well just want to save this, but they are actually on the defuse. They will get to the half, I do believe, but Eric does find it. And I'm sure at this point, no half either, so Pocket just has to get the hell out of there. So, big team, they've overwhelmed, and it looks like they are ready to be in business here on Icebox.
Yeah, you really wanted to see the operator here find that first peak. It was kind of unfortunate that Pocket did fall back instead of pull that trigger finger. Now McTeam, they're not going to be going for the hunt completely. They're all just going to be grouping up together, make sure they don't drop any of their weapons because, you know, they've gotten around on the board. They've equaled what they found on Ascent. Now they have to look to try and double down on it and find another one, doubling up their score. And with the bonus nature of that round for Tyrant bar that operator, they are going to be able to reinvest into this round. So this is technically, you know, the operator in the 4th round with no impact in the bonus. So it's that flip of the coin where, you know, it kind of lands on heads or tails. It still kind of favors Tyrant there.
All right, they're back, chilling. Another opportunity, but of course, this is where McTeam can really sort of seed themselves. Already found the same amount that they were able to pick up in the last one, being a 13-1, obviously going the way of Tyrant. That's a great opening pick from Orange Pell. Will get traded out by Dixie, and they're moving quickly, looking to pick up that pace. Marsh sitting on the other side of yellow. Suave is actually already there as well to look and trying to assist. There's the info gathered. Marsh already being able to do some really good damage. He does have the lockdown available as well. That's going to make it really awkward. Dixie not quite going to be able to find the trade. Marsh gets another, but Eric will be able to find him on the back of that Hunter's Fury. However, Myth is at the back lines, and he will be able to find it. So just quickly as it all started for McTeam, Tyrant gets straight back into the mix as well.
Relatively nice opening frag there to come through from Orange Pearl, and then it becomes Trade Town in amongst the yellow outer area of the B site. And in dropping, you know, Orange Pearl in the beginning, there's no smokes available for Tyrant. Could have seen a world in which McTeam just looked to kind of fall back and go at it again, but they were really just focused on getting something. The Nano Storm that was popped by Marsh as he peeks on through, and then the lockdown too really just kept kind of McTeam invested in the site. And just intrigued, you know, they had to get that spike back. So in the end, the flank works out nicely for Tyrant 2, and they're able to claim out the round. Now they've got the Viper's Pit available. Orange Pearl has known that he is over on this B side. He's been pinged out. Eric has been spotted, I believe. Probably not by the way that Orange Pearl's peeking. And oh, now he's popped out the Viper's Pit. Gonna force Eric back.
He does force Eric away, yeah.
Going A.
Chilling. On the other side, Pocket, great flick down onto Relapse. Suave also looking to pick up another. Dixie will be able to at least find the trade now. Looking to reposition onto the other top bit. Mike will be able to find one on the entrance, but it's actually going to be Pocket to find another.
Look how low he is.
Picking it up. And also, yeah, dropping Dixie very, very low in this situation. It's going to pick up the operator again onto the other side of the Cloudburst. Looking to get up into the middle of the site as well. And, Pocket, are you kidding me right now? This guy
so dirty.
He's feeling it right now, Dion.
That was a very dirty flick, that is for sure. It's all down to Eric. He was the soldier that was seen first on McTeam as well over at that B site. Now he's the one that has to contain everything. And his counter opponent, Orange Pearl, that they had the little tip of the Trilbies over there with, is still frolicking about. 30 seconds left. The spike can be planted. The turret, though, hasn't seen him just yet. He'll know that the Killjoy has fallen back in Marsh if it goes down, but he's just trying to find the jewel that you know Tyrant aren't going to be giving them the opportunity to engage with. Now clearing what he could, going for the plant, almost just stuck and coerced in toward this corner. It goes down. Pocket sees it. Pocket to swing for the 4K in the round if he can. Nope, gonna get shut out. Now it's on to Marsh and Orange Pearl.
This is where Eric's moment, where he needs to shine right now, but the turret is going to be a little bit of a menace right now. He's confident that there might potentially be a little bit of a swing to come around, but that utility usage, the double up of the Nano and the Snakebite to come out from Marsh. And of course, old mate Orange Pearl. So that's a 4th round here from Tyrant. And if they continue to get away with it here, Dion, it might be a similar sort of repeat for McTeam. I swore that in that, 3rd round that they did manage to pick up on the back of the bonus. It was a little bit more confident. They were super forward, super good on their trades. And unfortunately, we're not really seeing a whole lot just yet. But they're toying around with the idea of an investment.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing, specifically that Bulldog coming through as well. It never really instills confidence when you have a Bulldog. Dixie is going to be bringing out the Blade Storm as well. So for McTeam, they're really forced up against the corner, up against that wall. And I don't know, we'll have to wait and see if this is going to be the case for them. If they can convert this one, if they can run it in from here. They're going through the wall in mid. That's already a bit of information for Tyrant to just be very extra careful on the back of Myth that they can get up toward Kitchen as well. So at least the foundations are here from Tyrant and likewise of McTeam, but this shock dart, oh, it can find some nice damage. Only a little bit though.
Placing alarm bot.
Getting the alarm bot down. Relapse on the board. We'll be able to find one. Now, where do they sort of move towards? Dixie, just on the other side. Orange Pearl does have the information. Looking to swing around now. Suave does get one, but that's going to be a second for Relapse in the round here now as well. Looking to pick up the pace, splitting towards this location. Orange Pearl will be spotted out. Will he be able to make good use of this Guardian? Relapse looking to try and find it, but Dixie will get one with the blades. And here we go. This is exactly what you want to be seeing now to come out from McTeam. But Marsh, he's up close and personal. We've seen big things in a 2 versus 4 situation. And I do think it's actually just one member different as well. Pocket back in the mix, does get the dink on, but at least Marsh is there to find the trade. Pocket also completely healthy here, gets the Cloudburst now, utilizing the Blade Storm here, Dion. This could be Precious Street now onto the other side. Up nice and close and personal. Is Dixie going to be able to find anything? Pocket gets another. He will find a third, and that's the round done, Dion.
They're all gone.
Are you kidding me? McTeam 2 on 4 against Tyrant, and they can't do it. Tyrant pick up 5.
Pocket and Marsh, man, getting the 2 versus 4 done in the end when you think that Big Team have done everything that they needed to get on toward the board once more, to get something established, to answer back with the struggles that we saw over on Ascent. It just gets ripped out from under them again. You know, they're at the right positions in a situation like that, you would think, but then it's just down to Marsh, down to Pocket, finding the frags that they need to, and again, just showcasing how strong not only Tyrant are as individuals, but also as a team, right? The communications between those guys just then had to be pretty on point, and it looks like that they were.
Whew, man, just sort of taking a bit of a deep breath right now, seeing after, you know, what we've just sort of witnessed. Pocket in the position to do some good things, but oh my god, yes, okay. Very, very dirty. Picking up 2 with that Sheriff, and exactly what you would sort of expect from him, right? Very, very sharp player individually. And you see him continue to pop off on that Reyna. Dixie not quite spotted out by the Owl drone, but they do at least gather the information. Now the lockdown will go through. Is this going to be another disadvantage round that we do see Tyrant pick up? Relapse looking to swing out onto the other side. Does give the information away over to Marsh though. Now onto the other side. They do manage to sort of clear out, but now they look to get onto the spike. And obviously inside the Viper's pit, Eric will be able to find it, but Orange Bell good for the trade. Mid gets another. Dion, this could be a blunder, but no, it will not be. Pressure does start to amount, but Pears pulls it off with the 3K.
Well, not a blunder over for McTeam, that's for sure, but for Tyrant, dropping out to a little bit of a thrifty round there does catch them off guard, and not the expected outcome of that one that they gone into the round with. Great shots to come out from Pears in the beginning to at least afford an opportunity for McTeam, and then as they get the spike down, you know, they kind of did what they needed to. Had the shock darts available, had the flank going through mid as well, get a little bit of source in amongst the round, and it works out for them. But now it's going to be one of those real important ones, right? It's the definite reset territory for Tyrant. They forced into it, and if McTeam can get this, we could see them accumulate a couple more rounds after the fact.
Walking on in, trying to collect something inside this kitchen area. Orange Bell still happy to hold on to that line with the Marshal. He's been doing good things holding on to towards this B site from the long position. Eric, let's try to get the info out. Another missed shot, but he's still alive for the time being. Might have to choose to fall back towards the site. Now the Poison Cloud will go down and activate, leaving them at bay for the time being. Pears a good bit of timing to find Pocket here. Okay, big team. They're looking like they may potentially start to bring their way back up in towards this one now. Mike looking to reposition Myth, trying to find this amount of timing. If he can get something on the cross here, this could be great. Should have actually gathered some information there as well, Dion, as they do march towards this A site. What are we going to see from Suave here?
Needs to be something big, that's for sure. Got the line of sight on towards Dixie. They're going to miss its point, and no tags to come out from the operator. Actually gets things started over for Tyrant. They shut down Pears on the Empress. Relapse the last soldier. See if something can come on through, but Suave plants his feet at elbow, finds 4 for the round, and Tyrant, they do answer back with their struggles some purchase.
Dude, these guys are good. Like, pretty good. It's been really entertaining to watch, you know? Just the way that they're able to sort of, you know, find themselves in these disadvantaged situations. I'm pretty sure that was another 3 versus 5 that they did manage to pick up. So just really clean on their holds, and the way that they've sort of been able to position themselves to find those, holding the lines, you know, not overstaying their welcome. Just really sort of confident in their position. But it's been impressive. I'm super entertained, and I do hope that we do see more from this Tyrant team in the future in this light.
Well, if they do take the victory here, does keep them in this little lower bracket gauntlet run. They'll be playing against the winner of one of those the loser of one of those upper bracket games. But for the beginning stages, as we bring it back onto this one, it's been a 1-to-1 trade. McTeam do have the Hunter's Fury and their Resurrection that they will bring pairs back to life in. They will look to do so quite freely as well. So for the moment, McTeam, they do have the added bonus of a player alive. The HP across the board, except for pairs, probably wants a little bit extra more now. And for a minute on the clock as well, Tyrant, there is a gap in their defenses that they now have to be very careful about.
Looking to cruise on around. This time, only the one member of Myth, but oh, yep, they do manage to just destroy it in time. Now Pocket has to sort of pick up the pace. Dixie will jump up onto the top of the pipes now. And that will be the Hunter's Fury to come out onto the opposing side. Pocket has to sort of reposition around it. If he stays alive, it might be not too bad, but obviously after that, does take the damage. They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. Oh my word! Myth popping off, and this team, Tyrant, they impress me time and time again with these individual performances. That is every person stepping up to the plate now, Dion.
Dude, Myth was on 2 kills at the beginning of that round, shoots up towards 6 now. He shouldn't have been able to get away with anything more than 1. He was taken down to 11 HP, and he somehow just manages to catch a couple of heads. That was just nutty, man. Like, as I say about it earlier in the matchup, right? The firing range, it seems like, is what Tyrant are playing in right now. Every shot is just going up against unmoving targets, and they themselves, Tyrant, are immovable. They're not falling.
Toxins going up.
Oh, no.
Just needed to get my breath back there for a second. 12, really good damage. Orange Pearl, unfortunately, does reposition, but he's done a lot of damage with that snake bite. Now Pairs onto the other side. Suave just outside, up towards Heaven. Marsh does reposition, but unfortunately the timing does favor Pairs here. Now Relapse looking to get that barrier wall down. They will actually destroy it, but he's looking to get the spike planted regardless. Onto the other side. Pairs is there to hold the line, but Pocket picks him up. Now Relapse has to try and make something out of nothing here. Eric does find another. Suave, though, good for the trade. Relapse, unfortunately, all is lonesome. Can't quite find it. Marsh will take the frag, and 8 rounds here for Tyrant. They have just had an answer for McTeam's aggression every single time. And again, I just cannot stress enough how impressive Tyrant has been in this game, individually and structurally.
Yeah, man, it's something that you really want to see from some quoted up-and-comers, right? For some teams that kind of are trying to band together, run in all of the little qualifiers that are in amongst the region and get somewhere, right? Because remember how this kind of works. There's qualifiers to get in towards these sort of stages, to get in toward that regional area as well. And for Tyrant, I mean, we've seen them kind of struggle to get anywhere previously. And now that they are starting to find their footing and get in toward this one, right? They're doing so quite destructively as well. And they've turned our heads. I'm pretty sure I can be safe in saying that for you. And I'm also kind of following them through that. I'm sure a lot of the region now will have their heads turned toward these guys. From how they have been in this matchup so far, it is just monstrous.
Well, imagine the moment, right? You know, you get home from work or school or whatever, and then Tyrant gets to sort of move forward on a Friday afternoon and jump on the Valorant main channel. Like, and then to be performing the way that they are right now, you know, obviously everyone's clipping, everyone's tweeting it, and just being able to sort of find themselves as a really, really good contender as they start to develop and improve more and more individually. And look at this from Myth, already on the flank, already around to the other side. But Pairs, doing some lurking of his own, will be able to find it. But again, it is still a 2-on-3. Tyrant with the advantage. Spike is dropped, 55 seconds.
55 seconds. Quite recoverable for McTeam. The Duelist's alive. Not sure if there's any leads still available for Pairs. And as they are creeping on through, the cloud burst's going out, and he doesn't have any either. And that overheal's about to fade. They know where Suave is. They do manage to catch out the frag. Bladestorm available from both of the sides. Pocket might choose to bring his out. There you go. Offset the operator. And he's going to go in for the retake with his teammate. The plant will be coming down on towards the B site. Maybe they thought it was over towards A. Pocket will start to come on back as well. And this is where you really just need to see these next 2 kills go towards McTeam.
So on the way down, Pocket floats through a potential another round, but he does get his head ripped off. Dixie is going to be able to find him here. Now Pairs going actually for that aggression inside the Viper's pit, though. Does find it. A good utilization of the spray and the Empress. he will be able to find a third round here for McTeam. So they are not done just yet. They're on Tyrant. Still 5 rounds ahead, but at least McTeam have something to play with, and also, you know, the potential prospect moving over to that defensive side. Maybe that is what is going to favor them as they start to pick up a little bit.
Yeah, they've seen a little bit of nitpick rounds here and there. If they can find a second one in accordance, it might be the thing that they need to get them back over into the next half. But I think, you know, it's going to take a couple for me to really start feeling for them to get something established in amongst this map and try to send us into the third one, which will be Bind if you have just joined us and missed out on the start explanation of that one. Before this last round of the half, it is going to be pairs opening up on towards Myth. So Hunter's Fury there is the lockdown still available for Tyrant, and now that Dixie's flank has been known, they are going to have to fall back from mid.
And Orange Pearl takes advantage of that information that is gathered. Mike onto the other side. Orange Pearl, another one. And now, surely we are going to see Dixie contest him in just a second here, but he does move around to the opposing side. Might not be aware of it. That's a sharp shot there as well with the Blade Storm. Looking to creep around though now. Suave is aware of the prospect, but it looks like Pears is going to be able to get the jump here. Spike still a little while away. It is over towards that mid position, and after it was dropped down, but now Dixie can pick up something more. Marsh, the man we'll be interviewing afterwards if Tyrant are successful. Is he able to find anything in this 1 versus 2? Pear's going to get the lure up, go for this swing around, still has to find the spike and onto the opposing side. He does hold it down, and of course Marsh will be there to find it again. Doesn't need the lockdown, and a little bit of competitive
tactical crouching
there as well with some cheeky, tactical crouching, exactly. Nicely done by Tyrant, 9 to 3.5.
Yeah, the spike does get dropped down, but McTeam, they wanted to clear out the site before going back for it. A little bit unfortunate for them in the end. And again, you know, they haven't really been given an inch into all this game so far. They weren't even given a centimeter over on the first map in a sense. So now, as we do flip up, Mitch, we really need to start to see some more come through from McTeam. Just something more. And whether it be this pistol round, whether it be, you know, in the bonus, if they get over to it and they can win that and start to gather up some rounds, they have to have something before Tyrant hits that 12th round, because that is where the mindset for McTeam will be. Elimination.
Toxins going up.
Absolutely, straight out of the competition. But again, you know, McTeam, bit of a fun team. Happy to just sort of be here right now. And there's the confidence that you love to see. Dixie swinging straight on through, able to find that one onto the other side of the toxic screen. But looking to hold it on. They do want to start to look to push towards this mid-pipe position. But Myth, he's just sort of waiting to see if any aggression does come out from the Viper. Of course, is in hands of Mike, who hasn't exactly had the best run in this game so far. Was feeling a little bit sharper yesterday, so surprising that we're not seeing a whole lot come through. Relapse onto the other side with the frenzy of the pipes. But I think they're happy to pretty much just get this orb and sort of hightail it out of there right now.
Well, even Steven, 4 versus 4, 50 seconds on the clock. A little bit of a duel in amongst the orange location as Myth will find Mike, who's really just been punished time and time again in this map in that kill department too. Eric's known. Eric's now down for the count. Plant can come out for Tyrant, and it is going to only be down to Relapse. We saw that he was sitting up on the pipes for how long in the round? Nobody overstepped from the side of Tyrant. They have done absolutely everything that they needed to do in this pistol round. And Myth, every headshot was pretty much a one-tap there, I think.
Oh man, it's just so clean. Like, watching them play it, just the way that they're sort of prepared for this. Clearly they're all warmed up. Clearly they are sort of feeling each other in the server. They understand each other's limits. They know where to position themselves. I feel like I'm harping on, you know, repeating myself just on how impressive this has been to watch from Tyrant. And I'm actually really excited to have a chat. You know, there was a cheeky little tweet to come out yesterday, and Marsh saying that he appreciated sort of listening back to the commentary of an understanding of how these sort of teams go. And that's the cool thing, right? This is Tyrant's, you know, step towards the top. They've got an opportunity to play in a close qualifier against some of these better teams in our region, and if they're successful here, they get to go obviously on to the regional finals of stage 2. So that's a huge opportunity for them. They just need to take their time.
Take the time. Patience is a virtue. Although it does seem like that arrow is only intended to clear the corners. Potentially A little bit of a misplay there from Tyrant in that arrow, but they will have it refreshed a little bit later. A minute to go, Mitch, as the exploration from McTeam is starting to come out through towards mid. There is no one out from A, however. The lean is completely over toward the other side of the map. Orange Pearl's going to start off on the kill department for this round. No answer yet from Dixie. The vision obscured now as well. Plant to be established in this 4 versus 3. A couple more kills in amongst mid as well. We will surely see, but for what it's worth to Tyrant, they shouldn't be dropping this round.
Bucky
One enemy remaining.
might be able to get something done potentially, but the answer is no here. It's going to be Suave and Myth to close it. So running away from McTeam once more, and I think, you know, Tyrant are going to be certainly happy with this result. Just trying to work out, Dion, who are they going to actually be playing? So it'll be the loser of one of tomorrow night's games, right? That we'll be seeing them play on Sunday.
It would be the loser of the Mind Freak and Nebula game if my vision is in order. Which, yeah, that will be.
Exciting time. What is it, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, or is it 2:30?
3:30. 3:30.
3:30, there we go, in the middle. So for everyone watching along at home, obviously, again, thank you so much for joining us on this stream on this fine Friday evening or Friday morning, wherever you are in the world. There will be the opportunity to see some more. 2Tap Tony going to be joining you tomorrow, Dion. Watching those upper bracket matches. So, man, yeah, again, what? Like BTS, get to see them spice up again. Obviously, you know, facing off against some really solid teams that we're seeing. Nebula, Mind Freak. So all the things are going to be happening tomorrow. But again, this is Elimination Station. It looks like we will be faring McTeam well home into only potentially 4 rounds in a best of 3. But Mike has actually managed to find something back here, so it's Pocket. 1 versus 3. Certainly winnable, because they are moving on up. It is going to be an awkward situation. He has to find the right line. Exactly. How does he get this timing? He's just going to have to reposition himself, but oh, God. A dirty shot from Dixie. It's going to be at least 5 rounds that they take.
On the board on this defensive side, McTeam. Start of something new potentially, keeping Tyrant from getting to that all-important 12th round. Then any mistakes from McTeam would, you know, steer a little bit of the victory department onto Tyrant and steer them into their own extermination and elimination. So the buy that they will be permitted in toward this round, again, is going to be a little bit repetitive of the last one. You're going to be these Spectre still. You're going to have this Guardian. We might even have, you know, I was going to say maybe the Marshal comes out, but I'm looking at it. There wasn't enough money for relapse there. So they'll have everything they do need. There's no Blade Storm to be seen from Pocket either. So he's just going to be down onto the Sheriff for the count of this one. Tyrant, they are looking for any economical damage over to McTeam if they can't quite find the round. But it does look like McTeam are going with haste up towards this belt location. That dart will have to be destroyed because it will get a big reveal. And now that aggression is just already just gone.
Now the Hunter's Fury will come out. Dixie is going to be taken quite low, but I think he will manage to sleuth through for the time being. So that 5 versus 5, walking up towards the position now. No further information gathered. Marsh clearing out the right line, but he won't be able to find it. Eric moving on in with his buddy there, able to find something good. But unfortunately, shot's not quite connecting just there from Dixie. Myth getting up onto the other side. Already running towards the boiler position, but it's going to be Myth to actually find Dixie through the toxic screen there. Relapse up on the top. No, the wall throws him off. And it looks like it is going to be another advantage situation going the way of Tyrant. Myth pushing it as well. Look at the confidence right now, Dion. They know how much better they are in this situation right now. It's all in the Mike and Pairs.
Spike planted.
Mike does have a couple of snake bites as well as the normal utility that's already been just placed on the floor, but a 1-on-1 trade will come on through. Suave being very quick to the action there, quick to the trot, and as that res gets brought forward, all of Pairs still with a full kit of ability as well. There's one, dismiss away, upgrade onto the Phantom. Is there time to even still go toward this? Down to 1 with that decay. He's going to look to fall on back if he can hold on to this Phantom potentially. Still look like he is interested in going for a little bit of the retake, a little bit of the extra damage. 56 HP, would want some heals on the back of finding a kill, but with the time ticking away, the Cloudburst going on through as well. Pocket now knows where he is, and that's just going to be one extra kill that Pairs will be, I guess, happy in finding, but it's not enough. As Tyrant Mitch, they now find 12. They now find this elimination point to McTeam.
It's going to be a series point, Dion, and unfortunately for McTeam, potentially competition point for them, as they will have to, you know, sort of sit back, reassess, potentially look towards the other competitions. You know, there is obviously the opportunities again in stage 3. The teams will find themselves in another situation. where they can look for those qualifying matches. Of course, we've got the open qualifier 1 and 2 inside each stage, then leading to those closed qualifiers, 4 teams from each qualifying to the regional finals of each stage, where they will be playing for those points. And those points will all accumulate during the course of the year to ultimately find a team to see who will be going to those North American last chance qualifiers. It's going to be 2 Aussie teams to get it done. And I'm so excited to find out who it will be. Will it be Order, Mind Freak, Bliss? Got to find out eventually. Orange Bell gets one. Relapse, though, finds the trade, so it does see McTeam again in the advantage here. They are flanking around. Whether or not it's going to actually spot anything, though, as it does appear the Tyrant want to slow down the pace a little bit.
Yeah, and it's well instead as well, because they need to find a couple of better frags back over to give them an advantage, but it looks like that's not going to be coming the case unless we can see something absolutely godsent from Myth. The wall will tickle his fancy, and Pears is going to be there to find the final frag as well. McTeam will hold on, Mitch. They will find another round, surviving with 4, pad up a little bit of their economy as well to make sure that they can get everything that they need across the board into this round, because it is going to be on that eco status over towards Tyrant. Just these Sheriffs, a little bit of the light shields to be seen as well. Keep around a relatively nice mark to be able to purchase in the next round again, but it looks like they're going forward enough. Nope, they can sell back, of course. So they will have proper rifles in the next round, and on the farming or the ultimate department as well, they could potentially have 4 going into the next round.
An opportunity once more. It looks like Pears is going to be happy to get aggressive here, but unfortunately not quite the option. Relapse just up close onto the other side. Rotate is there. Look at this flank already coming on in from the McTeam side pocket. Let's try to find it, but it's going to be Orange Pearl doing his best Born Identity impression. They're sliding across the rope. And now on this flank, they are going to be ready very early on. Information gathered, but if they fire the warning shots here, they're going to give the information now. Myth actually does fall off the top. Now it's a 3 versus 4, still in favor of Tyrant. Are they going to be able to lock this one down, or will McTeam find it back? Marsh with the judge does find it. Now Mike onto the other side. Going to be dropped by Marsh, and Pocket to get the job done. Dion, we are going to see your victors, your first victors of the evening. This isn't quite a qualifier match just yet, but unfortunately, we will bid McTeam farewell, as they unfortunately only were able to gather together 6 rounds here. But Tyrant, they were looking hot, man. I think we got highlight reels for days coming out of that series.
Yeah, the individual kills that came through on those guys on Tyrant, I was thoroughly impressed. I was kind of looking at it amongst yesterday, and I was just looking about, all right, these are the sort of things that they've, been able to establish nice and early on in the sort of proving grounds of this roster, right, to see how far they're going to be able to go throughout the region and everything. And to carry on over from yesterday into today as well, they really carried on forward, just better Valorant action, and they really just every single time had an answer for McTeam, who just couldn't adjust.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that's going to be the exciting thing. Once we do get Marsh in for the interview, there's going to be so many questions of how are they feeling? How's the practice been going? What does their future together look like, and everything along these lines? Like, how have they been in other tournaments and plenty of other things? But we do have him on the line right now. Marsh, congratulations. That was an awesome win. How you feeling right now, man?
We're feeling pretty good. It was a good win, like you said. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a fun game. We all had some really good individual moments, so I'm sure the stream caught some of them. But yeah.
That was literally the first thing I was going to bring up, man. Like those individual highlights that we had, 4Ks, aces, everything popping off. And I've just still got that 2v5 from Pocket sitting in the back of my mind, on Ascent.
Yeah.
Jesus, dirty round. So I guess on that back, was it really hype in the TeamSpeak right that night? Was everyone super excited on the performances?
Yeah, it was super cool. Like we were all just hyping each other up after we got those like individual plays, like you said. And yeah, it was just a lot of fun. It was a fun game.
So what I want to know, Marsh, congratulations, by the way, as well. How much anti-stratting was done going in toward this matchup tonight? Was there any, or was it just you guys putting forward your foundations, putting forward what you figure out in those rounds, and just putting the pressure on towards McTeam?
Yeah, so we didn't actually watch anything from McTeam. We kind of have been focusing on the fundamentals as of late, just like really working on like trading each other and like utility usage and things like that. Just keeping it simple, and that's what we did tonight. And yeah, it paid off. It went well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I guess being in a competition like this, if you guys do make it to the regional stage, being able to face off against some of the other teams, like Bliss and Order, who's sort of the scariest for you guys? And have you guys been looking up to any team sort of following inside the region in your practice?
Yeah, we're pretty we look up to a lot of like the top teams. Obviously, we're not like the most experienced of teams, so we look up to like all of them with like the CS experience and what they have. Order for us, they had a pretty big showing against us earlier on in the competition. I think it was ESL actually, and they're just like really like gifted fundamentally. Like they trade each other. You don't see them ever make like a mistake. Like they're just like really like a team. Like they play as a team really well, and that's kind of what we aspire to at the moment. But yeah, there's a lot of really talented teams. And I'm just glad that we get to show it off on these streams and things. So I appreciate the cast.
It's been really good to be able to jump on and cast you guys in this. I was sort of sitting on the sidelines yesterday watching you guys, and I was noticing a bunch of stuff that you were doing really well, and I'm really glad that you guys will be able to carry it over in toward this one. And I got one more question before we look to let you go. The pistol round on Icebox specifically from you, that ace, what was like your feelings going through that one, man? Because it just took us back.
Yeah, it was nice. After a pretty like bad first game individually on my end, kind of just wanted to get into it, and it was a perfect way to start. Yeah, it felt really good, like really hyped after it, you know, and just carried me through the rest of the game, to be honest. It was really, really cool. I was happy with that.
Awesome, man. And the final thing, sort of before we do let you go, is there anything you want to say, you know, out to any friends and family or anyone that you want to shout out?
Damn, put me on the spot. I always, all the team, like, they're playing really well. Like, seeing some good improvements. Always love the Pocket Jet. Or the Duelist, he always gets a good showing. Everyone's, like, playing well, so I'm just happy with everyone in the team. Yeah. Let's go.
Awesome, man. Well, there you go, guys. Did hear from Marsh. Thank you very much, my friend. We will send him on his way for the time being. But that is not going to be all. We're obviously going to be seeing them come back on Sunday, where they will be facing off, obviously, against one of the teams that loses in that upper bracket for that last chance opportunity to get through to the position. But Dion, we're going to be taking a little bit of a break. I do think that there is a situation right now where the game hasn't quite gotten long enough. So, unfortunately, Tyrant, you have sort of hurt us a little bit here by dominating the team too hard, which means that I do think one of the players on the side of Bandit is just still making his way home from work. So as soon as we do get the opportunity to jump back into this, it sounds like we're going to be relive from about 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. for me over in WA, 9 for all you guys in New Zealand. But yeah, pretty much, I would say just over an hour. So we're going to throw it to the holding screen for the time being, guys. And again, thank you all for watching. This is Konkmoto. We'll be back very soon.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back. Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back back, back up, back, back up, back, back up, Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Back, 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 God, 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 back, 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 God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, back, 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 God, back, 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 God, back, 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 God, back, 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 God.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are back again for the Valorant Oceanic Tour 2021. We're into stage 2, closed qualifier number 2. My name is Mitch Conky Con, and alongside me is the ever so handsome Dion Komodo Perrotta. Con Komodo coming back at ya. Dion, we're finally back in. We've had a little bit of a break, and apparently we've got some PC issues again. But hopefully we'll be getting back into it very, very soon.
Hopefully so. A little bit of a break there, unfortunately. So apologies to everyone. It seems like our first BO3 went a little bit too quick for Bandit's expectations as well, as we were just waiting for one of the fellas to get on home from a big day at work as well. So now that's all concluded. We will be seeing them come into the server. But to sort of touch upon, from the first match, while we have a little bit of a recap for those that might have been back and didn't see that one, it was pretty much a stomping to come on through from Tyrant. Ascent was the first map, Icebox the second, 13-1, and then 13 to 5 or 6. I can't quite remember. I think it was, 5 maybe at the end there?
I think it was 4, dude.
Maybe
it was
even 4?
An insane sort of big old run. But yeah, look, Tyrant came in super impressive. I actually spoke with Jamie after the match, which I think is Mike in the server, and he basically just sort of ran it down that said from round 3, when Andy missed a point blank operator shot up short on Ascent, they basically just turned into laughter mode. And apparently once they really get into that area, it's hard to sort of break out. And obviously the way the Tyrant were playing, they were ready for everything that McTeam were throwing at them. So, it was a well-found victory in the end, albeit a very quick one.
Yeah, so just looking up the scores as well for that one. So 13-5 was on Icebox. And, we heard from Marsh as well. He probably wasn't a little bit happy with his own performance on map number 1. So really looked to step it up on map number 2. And I mean, we saw from him, the big play coming through with that pistol ace. We saw lots, just the grand scheme of that matchup was brilliant play clutches from Tyrant and individual prowess really to put it on through there.
No, absolutely. But look, that does mean we have another best of three around the corner. And of course, it is going to be Bandits versus the Direwolves. So let's introduce each other to the teams that we'll be playing tonight. Of course, so the first lineup is going to be Bandits. We've got Hayes, Yuna, CJH, Issa, and QQ. So I'm excited to get into this one. We've seen a little bit from these guys already. Sort of a team that is a little bit younger, up and coming, on the rise, I guess you could say. So similar to Tyrant, a team that has had an opportunity to sort of get their way together and start to contest, the higher ones. So I think you were mentioning, Dion, you're really looking forward to seeing Hayes on that Viper.
Yeah, so, touching upon the game yesterday, it was a little bit of an unfortunate circumstance where Hayes was getting punished a lot, I would say is the word to be put onto that one. So Hayes will be back on toward that Viper. It's great to see Issa, back on toward the Sova, Seen him change up agents, throughout the history that I've been, been able to see him in the game. We've had, previously Vort go on towards that Jet. It'll be interesting to see who is going to kind of pick it up. I think it might be over towards QQ, but again, it's been a little bit since I've seen QQ in toward the server, so maybe Issa is the one to jump back on the Jet, and then QQ will slide on over to the Sova. Yuna, most likely going to be back on toward that Killjoy, and then Hayes is going to be on your Smoking, so most likely on your Astra. A little bit of a change up, though, to come on through, because we've seen, over the course of this event, QQ, Issa, Vort, they've kind of all been swapping out a little bit, so it kind of puts a question mark on what we're actually going to see for these guys tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And, QQ did have a pretty good run last time, and Issa super sharp, so it would be exciting to see him on a little bit of a different roster. But now, Direwolves, we move on in. Of course, we do have Wrath, Pain, Lu, Jun, and Mist. Had a little bit of a chat to Wrath over the last couple of days. He's obviously a very, close friend of mine, and he is an interesting sort of guy. He's been mentioning that, they've sort of not quite gotten to the point with the roster that they want, so they're going through a little bit of a training arc right now, in the hyperbolic chamber alongside Goku, and really getting Mist under that IGL sort of banner right now, bringing him up, giving Wrath the opportunity to sort of sit back. Pain, he's in a similar sort of boat, picking up the Rays and everything along those lines now. Jun, very stock standard, sort of on the Cypher, and Lu, as usual, on that Jet duelist sort of situation. So, they're a really strong roster individually. I think they've got the capacity to certainly take it to a lot of those upper echelon teams, but they need to put some seriousness behind themselves as well.
Yeah, it was good because I got to catch up with Wrath the other day as well, of course, in amongst, the IRL sequence in person, and got some good insight into how the team is moving along, which was absolutely awesome. But of course, we're bringing up Mitch on toward this little head-to-head. CJH and Mist looking to come on forward as our, smoking characters coming in toward this game, expected to be jumping on the Astras and such. But really, the performance that we're looking for tonight is just the consistency between the team and what these guys are actually going to be provide. As you said it, Mist, being that IGL for the Direwolves and also being, kind of still a new player into the roster, that's a big task, right? And sometimes it can be a little bit taxing. So he has to make sure that everything is just full focus tonight for his squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's sort of the pressure part, right? Sure, obviously there is a lot of task on for Mist, but it does give Wrath a bit of a different situation now because, he sort of had to fall back on those smokes, obviously then starting to pick up the breach, a little bit more of a supportive character. And he's actually stepped up a lot more, Wrath, in the last sort of couple of games. But we need every single member firing on all cylinders. Sometimes we have Jun really sharp, Lu really sharp. I would love to see them all hitting the floor and running together, because that's effectively how the Direwolves are going to show up for this one, because they're at risk. They're one of our premier teams. They've been getting the invite slots and things like that. And potentially they're on, as Pilsky mentioned, a bit of a downward trend. So I am hoping they switch it around. Again, I do know this is not their final roster, but things will turn later down the track. And I think, again, midst of the training arc right now, they've just got to put in the hours and see what they can really sort of get to. But look, we're not going to know what actually will occur in the server till we get those vetoes, Dion. So the maps being brought up right now. So it's the, bit of split towards the end. That's an interesting one. Looks like Haven and Icebox have been thrown out of the mix.
Kind of understandable, I guess, if you're looking at it. These guys don't really want to touch Icebox. Just thinking about the history of the Direwolves here as well. Split, usually you'd kind of see Haven be that third one, but I guess they've chosen to go over towards Split. It's not like they're playing Order. They don't need to worry about the absolute decimation on this map. So I guess a comfortable little map at the end there. I'm trying to remember. Direwolves, they didn't play Ascent. They played Haven yesterday, it was actually Bandits that played Ascent yesterday against Mindfreak.
Yes,
So
correct.
it'll be cool to see how they're going to be able to fall back onto that. A little bit of the information status there for the direwolves and tendencies for what Bandits may look to do. But if you look at them, you know, it's kind of at a similar circumstance where we haven't actually seen too much of Bandits, right? So they're still kind of a little bit of an unknown figure, and we could be up for a nice surprise from them on Bind, and I guess likewise on Ascent as well. So just really looking toward, you know, the duelists again, making space and seeing what they're going to be able to throw in. And also for me personally, what agents they're going to pick because of the roster changes.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that will be the interesting one to find out. Issa, he made I think it was the Rising Heroes that we had on the weekend or something like that. He made a funny comment. It was like, this team sucks without me. Then he joined and dropped 30. So maybe we're going to be saying something similar there. But ultimately, guys, without further ado, let's jump straight into Bind and see how these teams are going to face up against each other. Bind, it's a very big staple, the teleporters, obviously those close quarter angles, and it is a very sort of defensive heavy side of the map. So will it be will it be the side of obviously, you know, assuming that we're going to see Direwolves on the defending side, obviously after we did have Bandit pick this one. Will they get the early start, or will Bandits be straight out of the gate and looking to dominate this one? Once again, Konkmodo coming at you for the VALORANT Oceania Tour of 2021, Stage 2, close qualifier number 2, who's going to be moving on into that next stage, Dion, to face off against the top and run for those points.
Well, these guys are certainly be looking to do so and not get eliminated here, folks, because remember, this is an elimination game. This is, as Mitch has just said there, Konkmodo and also Crash on the observing. Don't forget our man Crash bringing us all of the action as well, making sure that we catch all of these kills and that these spicy views as well. So big ups to him. Everybody in the back in production as well. Couldn't be doing this without them. So let's get into it. Mist has brought out the Astra as expected, but QQ actually going to be bringing out the Omen. So they do fall back into kind of an old style comp on Bind here.
Right here.
Yeah, okay. So looking to flex it out. Do have the double duelist on the side of the Direwolves. Of course, it's going to be Lou and Payne picking up the old classic. No real Sentinel. You're sort of just happy to run around the Wrath Breach. And, of course, Jun back on the Sova. Very sharp individual, hoping to see him put up some good numbers in this match as well. Looks like Bandits are going to slowly start to make their way in towards this hookah position, and whether or not they're going to be spotted out, there we go. Some info gathered by Payne, and now the rotate from Wrath does start to come over. Cypher Cage will get it down. So they have pretty much allowed Bandits straight into this site. They will get the spike down. It's going to be a full 5-on-5 in classic VALORANT fashion retake.
Going to be quite interesting on how this one is going to unfold. I guess for the Omen and QQ there, you can redeploy on amongst your smokes, and with the flashpoint still available for Hayes, is going to get out of dodge, or at least attempt to. Payne is going to be able to find the decapitation on that point. So for Bandits in their now defense of this spike, they are really playing the passive approach and trying to hold it through the Nebula. Payne will be able to find the second one on the board. The defuse starting to come on through as well, and this is starting to get a little bit chaotic, but it's starting to be brought back. The spike isn't ticked away half time yet. 2 versus 1. QQ on the reload. The right clicks aren't going to. Jun will manage to solidify for the 3K. And I think we may have actually had a disconnection come through. So we're going to look to swift over to a pause. 1.78 to go. Lou, at least your team got the round. Ooh.
Was that a 1v3 by Jun in the end then, basically?
I think it was, yeah.
Lou was DC'd. So, hey, that's an awesome result coming out from Jun. And again, everyone, we will be having that cheeky little reload. So I guess well done from the Direwolves, right? That means they don't lose anyone in this one. Of course, Lou is still going to be able to hold on to that equipment that he does have, provided he reloads in shortly. So, yeah, I guess that's a really good result from Jun in the end. Payne also did very well to sort of wait for that rotation to come around and, you know, play his time, allow the team to get to the position that they needed him. And, yeah, so anyway, again, back to our faces for the time being. Not really a whole lot to break down. So let's sort of look further into what we can expect in this series. So I think it's very important that Direwolves do get off on the ground nice and early and really start to pick up the pace, because that's where I think they can start to sort of fall by the wayside a little bit. You know, Bandits, if they catch up early, that's where the pressure really will amount onto them.
No, I definitely agree with you. Over time, it's been a little bit strugglesome for the Direwolves to kind of find a little bit of the consistency mark, which is why they kind of do see themselves, you know, in one of these last qualifier areas trying to run the gauntlet. You know, they weren't able to so far solidify themselves in getting that qualification status. So they really do have to still be able to prove themselves, and roster changes galore really don't help find a sense of solidity. But Lou, to be able to open up relatively freely in this second round after that little DC does make things quite nice for the Direwolves. They want to keep everything that they can here, go into that bonus round with everything, and then maybe see we'll be able to see what Bandits have to throw at us on this map.
Of course, they pushed down mid with the Marshall, but he did have his trusty teammate there of Wrath alongside him. Jun going to be able to find another great shot from Yuna to drop down Pain, but look, should just be the sort of damage game right now. Last two members sitting down towards that short position. The dart will go up, but CJH actually does manage to find another good thing from Wrath. We'll be able to find it. Now it's all on Issa inside this 1 versus 3. All in's lonesome. Cheeky little fault line will disorient him for the time being. But onto the other side, Jun just sort of going in, chopped up. Issa really just trying to hope to find as much damage as possible here. Oh, okay. Winnable? Question mark.
I would have had to find Mist there and then maybe be able to go back and get the spike TP and a Weldon, which you could have won in the 1 versus 1, but it is what it is. Great damage to come through from Bandits in that second round. Will make their bonus a little bit swifter to be able to gather. Not going to be able to, not hoping to see too far of a purchase from Pain and Jun here as well, just down the pistols. They're going to be able to falter and load to Rod as well in this round. But this is go time, for Bandits. It's the offensive side of Bind. It can sometimes be a real fickle thing. They're going to have to try and establish themselves quite nicely on amongst the board in this round. And I mean, you look at it, CJH already has the Bladestorm available. He has purchased up onto a Phantom, so it's not going to be like we're going to see that instantly, and we're actually not going to see him in the round at all, Mitch. Off the get-go, the Hunter's Fury will find him.
Later skater. Great one found by Jun, nice and quickly. The Owl drone, will it be able to spot out Mist? It will, but it's taken down before it actually can spot anything on the tag. So Issa going to be starting to rotate back to join his friend, obviously over in towards short. That's going to be Hayes. So again, yeah, like as we sort of touched upon, no Viper. Oh, that could be very large. But does he check the line? Doesn't matter. Lou's going to be ready for it anyway. Nice and tight angle to be found. But yeah, look, early on, Direwolves, despite being in their bonus, they do actually manage to put themselves into a pretty solid situation here. Rat's going to find another. And all of a sudden, QQ does get the trade in. Issa needs to try and find Lou here. Will he be able to spot it onto the other side? Pain looking to do some damage, but Lou will be able to spot him out. Neon, it's all in the QQ in a 1 versus 4, and he's been spotted down towards long.
Oh, he does get to the Shroud Step out in the nick of time as well to escape, but the 1 versus 4. Mist is going to be able to slide on in for that one. Lou not able to get 1 step closer to his Bladestorm, but hey, that is the bonus round. Going over toward the Direwolves, and now, their howls are echoing a little bit. It's a really unfortunate round for Bandits. Back on toward this little eco with the Sheriffs and stuff. You might see CJH go onto the Bladestorm. I say might. He's definitely going to do so. He's purchased up the full shields in the Classic. So with Issa also 1 away from the Hunter's Fury, could see them try and, marry their way over towards one of these orbs and gather it, and seeing Issa crowding out behind the showers. The rest of the squad looking to go over towards the B side area, and you're going to see Lou look to contest this.
And at the end of the day, I was just sort of thinking about it, right? It's always the underdog teams, which I guess, quote unquote, would be considered Bandits. But there are other times where it's kind of like you want a team that is considered quite a really upper echelon team to kind of pick back up. They've been having a really rough time. Unfortunately, they have been on that downward trend, struggling to sort of put some matches together. And I kind of want to see Direwolves just show up and decimate here, not for any other reason than it might give them a little bit of a jump start back. Obviously, Bandits, a win from them would be pretty critical. But Wrath, look at this confidence. We're seeing it right now. They are getting all of the work done. And I suppose this cheeky little member in Hayes might be able to find something, but it's going to be Wrath to get a 3K, and Direwolves lock it down with 4. Obviously, again, only just an eco, but man, oh man, Direwolves are looking strong on this defensive side so far.
I kind of agree with you as well in the sense that we want to see, close game. You always want to see a close game, but if the Direwolves are to prove that they still do have something, really in amongst their ranks, they need to almost come out with an absolute obliteration, likewise of what we've seen in the Tyrant matchup, right? Because it would give them good focus going forward as well, that they are still finding their foundations with this team, that they are improving and everything. And I guess on the flip side for Bandits as well, that would be an absolutely unfortunate circumstance, as I don't really know what their feelings would be going into this match as well. They're going to be going into it with pure confidence and everything, but what sort of scoreline and outcome will they be happy with in this one? That's something that I would really like to get their thoughts on if possible.
They'll have this Fury going out. Does, in the end, spot Pain, but it's going to be Lou diving through the teleporter. Nice and early opening frag here. QQ trying to do some damage on towards the other side, but you love the confidence. Lou looking to swing on out. Does toy with the idea, Wrath, of putting out that Rolling Thunder, but all members sitting inside the short position. Now, they've still got plenty of time. Missed. He's going to strike. Finding CJH. Now this puts it into a little bit of an awkward situation. Pain's going to be able to get back up onto the top. Star goes down in the Astral form. Could be used for either thing, but it looks like it's going to actually be the gravity well. God, I love it. It's so disgusting and depressing when you get locked into that position, and then all of a sudden you're looking down the barrel of a paint shells. But it's okay. Direwolves, they look like they're kind of synergized now. They've got the utility set together, and everything is starting to work for them.
It was one of the biggest things when Astra came out for me. I was kind of toying with the idea of, is she actually going to be used as the pure smoking agent, or are you really just going to look to use her Nova Pulse and her Gravity Well time and time again and bring in a second smoking agent, likewise of your Omen? You kind of see that nowadays, but instead of the Omen, you see the Viper being brought on through, right? It's that Astra and Viper. You see the Raze as well, and the Sova. You're really starting to look down just to absolute damage utility in that point on the back of the Gravity Well as well. And sometimes you do see that come onto bind, right? We've seen teams that bring out the Viper and the Astra on this map. We don't have it right now. It's back onto, you know, your sense of normalcy in the map of bind and the old sort of style of meta. But for what that is, Direwolves, you know, they have it down to a T, it feels like right now.
Absolutely. And whatever's broke, not broke, don't fix it. You know, happy to keep on kicking with what they've got so far. They seem to be running this buddy system a little bit more, but it is a pretty heavy stack towards this A site right now. Whilst Pain does spot out QQ and has the information, he's just trying to sort of stutter step right now. I think Lou has quite a big task of trying to defend this one all on his lonesome right now. Sitting inside the hookah position, only is obviously going to have to try and break down a couple of sheriffs. But he does push forward, looks to wait in towards that situation. And I guess the main thing is, if you are bandits, you don't want to overstep, right? You know, now the rotate is going to start to come in. They've obviously broken the gap. But I think if they try to push a little bit too far, they might actually put themselves into an awkward situation. Lou's heard the footsteps now, running up towards that mid position. Does he find the shot? Narrowly misses it. The paranoia is going to go in now as well. So Hayes, they've done well to actually find him. And inside, the spawn CJH collects as well. But that's a good flashpoint to come out, try and collect it. Still doing good things though. Issa finding another shot. How are you still alive, my friend? Inside the hookah position. And now it's flashpoints. It's everywhere. All of a sudden, Hayes picks up another. Jun can get the trade, but this is a little bit of a blunder to come out for the Direwolves. They're going to be running in to try and find Rap. They will be successful, and Bandits get on the board with a very convincing round.
I'm very happy that Riot implemented the Observer's flashpoint, or flash view rather, as well, so we aren't getting absolutely blinded like they would be in the server. That was so many flashpoints going down by both sides of the breaches that everybody was just blind, it feels like, in the last 10 seconds there. But at the end, the pistols, you know, they push their way in toward the B side already. You see that Lou just gets overwhelmed by them in hookah, and then it's just the flourishing to come through from Bandits. They don't drop anything after that. 4 alive on the Thrifty, where Direwolves had a perfect purchase as well. That's, you know, not the greatest way to start into the game for, you know, for Bandits after being 5-0 down, but to be able to win that on your pistols going in towards your proper rifles, they're going to start off with what they can now. Already, Direwolves providing pressure with ultimates, but nothing has come out of it, Mitch.
So Hayes sits back. They're all sort of sitting back right now. Looks like Lou will be able to at least spot out one. Now he puts himself into a bit of a dicey situation. Will get taken down by Hayes. Pain can look to reposition. Great use of the flashpoint, but the paint shells will at least keep him back for the time being. Also, Wrath is going to be baited in. So yeah, look, Direwolves are definitely overstepping right now. Sort of putting themselves into a very awkward situation. They've already got control of CT. CJH is going to be there to drop mist as well. And now it's a 1 versus 4. Pain, last one standing.
And his noise that he has made right now as well, they'll know exactly where he is. The TP, though, to go over towards A on the back here in those steps, and they're not going to give him any opportunity as well. You can see that Issa's still playing in amongst the caves as the spike does look to get established. CJH and QQ going to hold each other's hand in amongst the defenders spawn, and eventually Pain will swing out here. Hopefully he can find one. Maybe if he finds two as well, it will be really good, but it's not going to be the case as QQ will find the frag in the end of Bandits. They will double up from Thrifty to Rifle, and now Direwolves, maybe they have to start to, you know, be a little bit more respectful in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think they've sort of given those rounds up. You know, the second, or the previous round rather, was definitely not one that I suppose Direwolves let it slip too hard. They stacked towards A, Bandits were able to identify it, and ultimately after Lou missed the shot, they were able to capitalize. Whereas in this round, you know, it was really just Direwolves pushing down into those choke points and giving up the early picks. They don't have to go anywhere. And I think that's one thing that we do see a lot inside Oceania still. Why do they push so hard, I guess?
Yeah, the confidence. Ultimates with the plan. That was the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper in that Thrifty one. But yeah, it doesn't work out for it. Now it'll kind of be more of that passive approach, you know, use what utility you do have a little bit later. Draw the bandits in will be the plan. Our drone from Issa to gain a bunch of info is going to get a tag and extra info on Jun's location. So bandits, they know at least 2 players are here over at the A site, but there's no rumblings over at B from them. They're starting to maneuver over. Still do have Lou in amongst Garden. Bandits, a minute to go. You just would hate to see time get the better of them in this sort of state.
Cruising back over towards Long, Lou in position. Prime Vandal, skins equals wins, as we know. Holding onto that line, is going to be able to find the double up. There's one, but Hayes very good on the stutter step to get the trade. Spike's been dropped though, and now Wrath puts himself into position. Little shaky, but does manage to find it in the end. Does have the shots, and there we go. Wrath looking very nice as well. We'll reposition, getting the flashpoint out to put himself in that location. Now Issa bouncing along. Wrath does not need to peek this. Knows that the spike is down. Has the crossfire in from Pain. They can at least get some information down, but the shock dart does go through. QQ inside Hookah will be dropped by Mist. And now again, they don't need to do anything. They know exactly where Pain is. Jun on the flank. And that is another clean round from the Direwolves. Much, much better.
Yeah, they're dropping one player in the end. They'll be happy with that one. Bandits, they do get a little bit stuck when the first frag sort of happens over in amongst Garden. You did see the overextension from Hayes as well, not clearing it properly. Not expecting the second player there, I guess, is the word of that one. But they've gotten a little bit of a taste, Conky, of rounds in this one. Bind, you know, attacker's side can always be a little bit strugglesome, so they do have that promise of going over onto the defensive side. You would just hope to see, you know, relative 8-4, 7-5, something like that. They'd be really happy with. If it gets, you know, anything further than that, I think it'll be quite hard for them to maybe come back. But again, you know, we've seen a little bit of the rumblings from them so far. We'll be able to see what they can do, but the forward push of Lou is gone unanswered.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to utilize the tailwind there either. Just able to sort of sit back. I do like the short aggression on the jet. Gives you that sort of versatility and the opportunity to move around. QQ firing a couple of warning shots. We'll have Issa joining him as well. Interesting to see him on the Sova operator, sort of trying to take that additional control. You know, it does, I guess, leave the rest of Sova's kit by the wayside slightly. So it is interesting that he is choosing to pick that one up, but still grabbing some info. Recon Bolt will be destroyed. Doesn't spot anyone out for the time being. 55 seconds left on the clock still. A little bit away from the Hunter's Fury if he does want to take that. But look, you know, Direwolves, they're not giving up any extra ground. Happy to just sort of chill for now.
Yeah, they'll sit on it. Still that player disadvantage over on the side of Bandits, though. So they have to be able to steer themselves in the right direction. Jun lining up a couple of smart shock darts. I always do love these ones over towards Hookah. See if anyone be hiding in the corner. But for Note, it is the direction of A that Bandits do steer themselves in right now. Cage down, utility abound is about to be blowing through on towards this site, and all of the vision obscured. The push through from Mist will drop the spike, and now Bandits are going to scurry to try and get the plant. I don't even know if they're going to be able to. Lou with the operator doesn't have the primed weapon to be able to try and deny yet, but now QQ and Issa, they have to hold it off with still player disadvantage.
And they've still got so much more to work with here. Now Wrath looking to peek on him. QQ is very low, but Issa is able to pick up the first one here. It would be a nice little clutch from him here as he does pick up another one. Walking into the line, and he does miss the final shot. Almost connects with it, but in the end, it is going to be the Direwolves to pick up that 7th. Certainly a little bit shaky from them. You know, after Mist found those 2, I was certain that we were going to see Direwolves find that one nice and cleanly, but the operator will be recovered. Goes for the better skin. I agree with that one. And that's going to be going straight back into the hands of Lou. So Direwolves a little bit sort of off, but at least they are able to recover. They do lose a fair bit of money in it. The Bandits, they're going to have to invest and also put themselves in a similar situation.
They have a lot of ultimates to be able to utilize in this round as well, Mitch. CJH is going to bring out the Blade Storm, which is why he's down onto the Spectre in this one. But majority of the team bringing out those Phantoms, and the Vandal for Issa looks like they're going in immediately towards A with a bit of a plan. Rolling Thunder and the Blades to lead the charge. All the utility to be dropped from the Direwolves if possible. Jun's already dispatched of Hayes. Meanwhile, CJH good for one. Make it a second one. Will he go towards the CT spawn? It doesn't look like it. As the Neural Theft comes out, that's info for Bandits. They know the flank is here, and now they're going to act accordingly.
So Raph, are they going to be able to play around him? Unfortunately, he doesn't quite hit the shot there. QQ going to be able to take him out. So all of a sudden, you know, this is a 4 versus 2 on a very, very difficult one to find their way back into the round. Blade Storm is still available from Lou, but QQ is going to be able to drop Jun. So unfortunately, no partner in crime for Lou. He's going to have to pull off something crazy here in a 1 versus 4. And now they do start to push. You know, CJH wants to try to find something else with that Blade Storm. He does move up and underneath, now jumping in towards the Heaven line. Can look to hold it, but QQ with 3 on the Omen. Nice and clean round from him. The Bandits, they are starting to really sort of bring themselves back here. Again, it is the challenging side playing on that bind attack. And they are sort of starting to string a couple of things together.
They're starting to find a little bit of their footing. 1 foot after the other, 1 foot in front of the other. Shoelace is not getting in the way, but they need to keep on moving with that, you know. 3 rounds, still arguably not enough right now. The Direwolves still sitting firmly in front. There's rifles across the board for everybody once more. Lou is going to be down onto the Blade Storm, so hopefully you do see some big picks come from them. The tendency of the Direwolves, though, for all these defenses rounds have been pretty much the same thing. You know, they haven't been shaken up. It's ultimately Jun and Wrath over here at the B site, going for the garden peak time and time again. The rest of the guys just staying on A. They'll shoot their recon dart over if they need to, if they see anything from Bandits. Pop the Nebula, pop the paint shells, and the Broombot if they need. It's kind of, you know, just very one-dimensional from the Direwolves, but Bandits don't have an answer too far for it.
So trying to creep back in. That sound throwing me so hard. Now taking hookah control. Lou back at the site. Can just sort of still continue to wait. Does have Wrath not too far away, but with 40 seconds left, he's actually going to drop back in towards the elbow area. Dart over the top. Now CJH, quite common, getting that tailwind straight in towards the site now on the other side. So it is going to be all 5 members, nice and hungry from the Bandits. Getting control of this site now, falling back into hookah, back towards elbow. And also, of course, down towards long. It's actually going to be a very heavy stack down towards long right now. 4 members will find themselves in that situation. The Cosmic Divide, though, Dion, it is available, and this could be detrimental. Bandits, they're going to have to try and fight through this.
Yeah, it's interesting that Issa's in front of it as well. He does actually have the Hunter's Fury, and he's going to be taken out very quickly by Lou. These Blades, they are so scary. 2 in the round. It's down to 2 on the side of Bandits. Now it's down to 1, and his number is known. Hayes down for the count. Lou, big things with the Blade Storm. Will pick up a weapon as well. There is an operator somewhere lurking about, if I am remembering correctly. Unsure if he's been able to pick that one up, but it's flawless in nature from the Direwolves in the end. Everything that they needed for the retake works out perfectly. And whilst there's no operator transitions into the next round, maybe we do see CJH purchase one up, but on the attacker's side, I dare say nay, he's not going to do so. And Hayes, if you're only going down into the Sheriff in the last round, that would be really unfortunate. Hopefully, you would see Bandits manage the money a little bit here to get a better weapon.
Yeah, potentially a chance, but again, I'm just sort of still focused on that retake from the Direwolves. That was a very clean one. They waited all together. They didn't over-aggress. You know, despite Lou being on the side, he did sort of wait for the rest of his team to rock up so they could utilize him accordingly. And once again, Lou holds that line. And when you're sharp, why not? Trying to get this position. So Issa does spot out Jun. Throws him back now. Trying to fall out. But they've got the 3-2 defense, so it's going to be, you know, relatively cruisy for the Direwolves. Just allow them to sort of get towards that position.
Well, slow and steady. Found it's down 1. So lots of util for the Direwolves, and they still do have Wrath lurking over at the B site in case things do maneuver over there from the Bandits. They themselves, the From the Shadows and the Hunter's Fury, potentially used as an entryway in toward the site because they'll need to get in. Maybe that Hunter's Fury could provide a little bit of assurance with those lines, but here we go. They're going to pull the pin on it. They're going to start to endeavor in. Darts Paranoia, dashes, but they aren't getting in. They aren't able to establish a plant just yet. Still looking for something, and Direwolves are not allowing them.
30 seconds left. One enemy.
They do good in this situation. Lou's looking to try and find 4, but Mist will steal it away from him. Very clean there. Direwolves 9-3, and that will be the half as well, Dion. Reminder, this is the map selection of course, the Bandits. So now they do swap over, sitting on, of course, the defensive side. But I think Direwolves did a pretty good sort of run to, break through in this situation, right? A 9-round half on the defensive side is pretty solid, sort of giving himself a fair bit of room to work with in towards the next half, because how many times have we seen it, right, where a team has gotten, 8, 9, 10 defensive side of rounds and then basically just sort of fallen all apart once they move on to that attacking side. So let's see if Direwolves will be able to pick up that pistol and continue to push back through it. They've certainly got the opportunity, and I think now that, Payne obviously still a little bit low down, they didn't really go towards him a whole lot, and now being in this situation where he can sort of bounce up with those satchels, let's see how he fares.
And well, it's back into the pistols, of course, Mitch. We'll see if there's going to be any sneaky right clicks to come out of these classics. Send the Bandits into oblivion is what the Direwolves are looking for right now, and they're going to call the crunch in towards A, but Ayuso going on down. QQ's number has been known, his position seen, but not bested out just yet. I lied. He is the first fallen soldier in the round. The progression from the Direwolves, they can get the plant with 5 alive. They do have, the 1-player advantage, but lots of util is still unknown from everyone.
Looking to get him back in towards that position. Lou, with the right click of the classic, though, is going to be able to drop Una here. Now looking to push around the side. Payne jumping around the corner. Does get that right click off as well. It's all in Issa and CJH. Let's see if they can get back in towards this position. Payne does drop one, but CJH can get the trade out. However, it's Lou to at least sort of lock it down for the Direwolves. So 3 members living on, nice and clean. 10 rounds for the Direwolves, and they certainly set themselves up to try and close out the rest of this match.
Yeah, finding the pistol there will hopefully propel them into the next round, which will make it 11, and then it's almost any fallen little mistake from Bandits will spell disaster in the game and ultimately lose them out the match. So you would really hate, again, to see, the Bandits lose out the bonus round, echoed in from the first one that they lost as well. Direwolves doing really well in those sort of rounds under the pressure. I mean, Bandits, their first round on the board, it was that thrifty, if you can cast your mind back all that way, folks. So there is a way in which, Bandits will be able to still get something activated in amongst this game, but for the Direwolves, I mean, yeah, they've just looked way more potent in this one so far.
Clean with it, looking to get back in towards this position. A little bit shaky from Lou, but he does manage to at least find that one. QQ also going to be dropped, so nice and smooth from the Direwolves, only losing the 1 member in this situation here. But 4 alive means at least they can set themselves quite well up for the bonus round. 2 more rounds to close out this opening map. So yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised. Like we spoke about it earlier tonight. These are going to be the matches that we expect to be close. These are going to be the ones that are super spicy, putting the pressure on, going, okay, let's see who's going to be eliminated tonight. But Direwolves kind of in that position that I wanted to see them, right? Again, not wanting to see them to sort of put Bandits by the wayside in any way, shape, or form. It's just after the Direwolves have had a bit of a strugglesome period, it's really cool to see them feeling it right now.
And you really do want to see them bring that over into the next map as well, Mitch, if they are able to claim this one. Even if they're not, if Bandits do mount that comeback, the Direwolves so far, they've been able to really get on a roll. Just, I guess, hate to see them kind of lose it out from here after their establishment so far. Lou, cover to Bink on towards Issa, will be finished off quite nicely by the maneuverability of Sir Raze. Payne. But Mitch, really, this round... It's one of those ones where Bandits have to get it.
Absolutely, and Mist able to peek down, dropping down Hayes. QQ, he's been pretty good so far in this matchup on the Omen, but he's got a lot that he needs to find here, and how nicely slotted are the Direwolves. No one sort of funneling too deep down short, just into a good position. Great use of the flashpoint again from Blue. QQ will be able to find the swing, but Wrath collects. CJH on the trade, but Jun is there to close, and another clean round from the Direwolves, only losing 2 members in that bonus. And of course now, we do move into what will be the very final round of the match, potentially. And unfortunately, Bandits have to go into it under-equipped.
Yeah, it's certainly not the best purchase, that is for sure. Just waiting to see what they are going to be able to equip themselves with. A couple of judges, some sheriffs. Might see the Stinger come out, or the Spectre as well. But it's looking to be these shotguns. I mean, they can definitely be damaging in amongst, you know, your positions of hookah, even close garden in U-Haul. It's just going to be down to the Direwolves to see how close they want to get into the faces of Bandits. They'll still methodically approach themselves around the B site. You don't have the big rotation from the Bandits. Only the 2 players here to look to contest so far. Blinded on through is going to be Wrath to start things off onto Yuna, who's been ultimately just punished time and time again in this matchup. And now the judge from Hayes is talk about Mitch. If you go towards hookah, you have to be clearing it out with util. Spikes down. Hayes does get traded out in this 3 versus 3. This is where positions will be unknown from everybody.
Don't know if you actually heard Lou come in. It did seem like he sort of swung around on a bit of a pivot to try and find that frag back, but now Issa on towards the other side. Main factor is Lou actually only does have the 1 blade available, which means he does need to sort of reposition. That is going to be a great fault line to go out. They do spot out Issa. Lou's actually got the spike as well, but it's not going to matter at this point. He just wants to drop it. He wants to try and find some frags. And look, Dion, I don't exactly blame him right now. He's feeling it. He's confident. And now with that spike being planted by Wrath, happy to get that one done. It looks like we may be... you know, bidding farewell to the Bandits in this opening map. They've still got another chance, but of course, it is going to be the Direwolves' pick of ascent next.
Oh, QQ, don't count him out just yet. Does have a valid amount of HP to be able to still get in amongst this retake. A dark cover as well could be deployed onto the spike, but with the 1 versus 2 situation, that's where you know the Direwolves will come in. I was about to say that you know the Aftershock is still available, and it does get pulled out. Lou swings, Lou finds 3 in the round, and that there, folks, is 13-3, a big scoreline reminiscent of our first BO3 of the night as well. A one-sided affair, Direwolves claim map 1.
And I feel like it's going to be an early night at this point in time. You know, obviously we did have a little bit of that break, but so far we yet to see any team that opposes the other take more than 5 rounds in a map. So we had 13-1, 13-4, and now 13-3. So we're feeling sort of a very heavily one-sided affair, but it's cool because it means the 2 teams that we have witnessed, obviously in Tyrant, now Direwolves, they're putting up a really solid result. But that doesn't mean that we are going to count out the Bandits just yet. They've still got another opportunity, but of course, it is going to be on Direwolves' map pick of Ascent. Guys, don't go anywhere. This is the VALORANT Oceania Tour. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
I just time traveled. Ah, today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour. A reminder, welcome to everyone who is watching all across the world right now because we are on that primary Valorant channel. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Mitch Conky Cannon. Alongside me, as always, my partner in crime, Dion Komodo Perrotta. Komodo bringing it in alongside Crash on the obs. Dion, how you feeling, my friend? We've had a pretty quiet night so far.
Yeah, one-sided affair to go through in both of the matches so far. Of course, we are in the middle of our last game for the night. Remember, folks, we still do have 2 more days throughout as well, so make sure you stay tuned in for the rest of the weekend. But yeah, Bandits, they now trail. 13-3 is a very hard sort of scoreline to mentally come back from sometimes, especially if you aren't, up that upper echelon of teams time and time again, continuing to battle them out. So it's one of those learning curves though, right? That you have to go along your journey and continue to sort of bring into your arsenal, kind of forget about that map, take the tendencies that you can from it, move into the next one with full might and see if you can get it.
Yeah, absolutely. Push that one to the side. Don't really think about it. And the main thing is, sort of remembering it right now that Bandit don't have their full roster together. It is a little bit of a change. They're playing different agents. Who knows what's even going on right now? But what I do know is that we are moving on into Ascent right now. I'm excited to see what agents are going to be brought out in this matchup. We know that Hayes loves to pull out the Viper. We're certainly excited to watch all of the lineups and everything along those lines. So let us see how they will manage to pull it off. Once again, this is the Valorant Oceania Tour. We're in 2021, of course, stage 2, closed qualifier number 2, waiting to see what 4 teams will be joining the other top 4 in that stage 2 regional final to contest for those points. We want to know who's going to be going over to North America in those last chance qualifiers. 2 Oceanic teams digging it for the prize pool and the opportunity. Dion, we're on to Ascent now. Take it away.
We are indeed on to Ascent, Mr. Mitchell. I believe we didn't even put our predictions, or did we, for this one? I know we did for the first series of the night.
No, I don't think we did.
I don't know if we quite put it into this one, yeah.
2-0, Direwolves, easy. Go next. No, I'm joking.
Well, maybe, hey.
That's the thought.
Yeah,
right? That's where I'm sitting here going right now.
Well, I do cast my mind back as well. It's what we saw in the match against Mind Freak. Of course, 13-8 was the final scoreline on that. But Hayes, a little bit of an underperformance to be seen in that one. So hopefully it's not underwhelming this time. Hopefully it gets brought on forward. They do start on the defensive side here. Map pick of course, the Direwolves. But QQ pushes out. Quite dry, in fact. Gets the first opener. You'll take that.
Yeah, very nice shot to see the opener here. So looking to sort of make the way around, getting straight onto the site. That would be Lou, as per usual. Swinging on around, though. Payne and Jun, they do have an answer back for it. Now Lou tapping away underneath the heaven position, seeing if he can spot out anything, but it's going to be missed to get that spike planted. Now in a 4v3 retake. Payne will be spotted, but they're still going to get back into the site.
Play down. Play advantage for the Direwolves. Yeah, really looking to just hold down the fort. Util in. A reveal comes through onto Lou. Not going to get overwhelmed just yet, as the shots are actually missing from Payne. Makes things a little bit vulnerable now for the Direwolves, as Yuna and Issa getting stuff done. It's down to Jun. A reveal on a CJH, taking out the duel, taking the trade. No, Yuna will find that one. And now the defuse can come through for the Bandits as they find the pistol.
You failed.
Interesting turn of events, Dion. We see the opener, but then we see the trades come out, and I feel like once again, Direwolves have overstepped their welcome a little bit. They're sort of playing it a little bit too casual, and then we allow the Bandits to sort of open up the door and come kicking on in. So that's a great response and a great way to get this game started. After only picking up 3 rounds, a pistol that kind of almost guarantees you that second round, but never mind. The Direwolves, they are looking to fight back into this one. A straight purchase into the next round. Looks like Jun will be following in just a second, whether or not it'll be a Spectre or a cheeky... Oh my god, I can't even remember what that weapon is even called anymore, Dion. I haven't seen it for long enough.
The Stinger.
Stinger, that's the one. After it got nerfed into the ground, we don't really see it anymore because it really was that meta of never save. We play Valorant, we go fast.
Pretty much. Of course, you just take a Sheriff over it, or even a Ghost, to be honest with you. Maybe that Frenzy, but teams get to decide, Mitch. We are not in that server. We are watching that server. Lou is going to be able to start things off onto CJH, eliminating the smokes of the bandits. And in this force up as well, the damage is starting to be seen. There's the Stinger getting some damage known. The Satchel over with the right click. Imagine if that was able to find Yuna, because he's still alive, still dancing in the shed. Raph will be able to get the trade on through, but everything is going swimmingly for the Direwolves. The Judge though right now, no! Can't quite get it done for the end. So Direwolves, the force up is valid, and they will tie things up.
There we go. Direwolves straight back into this. They are not really too happy to sort of lose that opening pistol round, and they throw it back straight into the face of the bandits, of course. So that is a pretty good response. Certainly going to be happy with that one. Starting to move the game forward now, and it is just going to be the echo. So bandits aren't going to try and answer back. They're just going to sit and wait. And of course, just maybe a couple of sheriffs to sort of back them up here. But again, you know exactly what you want to see if you are the Direwolves.
Well, from what we've seen, bandits, hopefully they'll be able to put up a good fight on this one. A couple of bits of damage out as Pain will get the starting in the round. The reload though, CJH, the right clicks, oh, and they're missing. Quite unfortunate. Pain though, farming up a multitude of frags. At this point, run around the map, go find the rest of them. Had some stats in this eco round. It was, you know, a little bit unfriendly to him over on the map of Bind. Footsteps heard though from Jun. And now it is just down to 1 in Haze.
Nice and clean. Easy does it. Jun will be able to close out the round. So a flawless is exactly what the Direwolves need to continue to stack up that economy. They are looking at a pretty decent financial situation right now. We will have to see Lou upgrade because he's only got the Sheriff. If he does choose to, at least, you know, maybe they don't want to actually scratch the economy at all. Happy to just sort of stack it up a little bit further, knowing that the buy coming out from the Bandits still isn't going to be the strongest. But no, Lou does invest. They've still got above 2k. Very, very wise to do so. The Bladestorm's still a little while away. Lou yet to sort of be unleashed, but this is where Bandits need to get back into it. They're not going to go for the judges. They are just going to get straight into it with the rifles. Opportunities need to be gathered by the Bandits if they don't want to be seeing them go home on day number 2 of stage 2 of these qualifiers.
Always does suck to be one of those first eliminated teams, but remember, they slugged it through that open qual stage, Mitch. They've provided themselves with a little bit of experience, turning a couple of heads in the region to who they are. Of course, now we are aware of them as well. So hopefully we'll be able to continue to see them in amongst the next stage as well. But in this round, we're seeing more of their names on the kill department than the Direwolves.
Absolutely. QQ low. I suppose that's the only probably real advantage here. So it's just going to be on to Mist, Pain, and Lou to try and find those frags. QQ obviously being very low in this situation. Pain's going to try and force his way through with the showstopper on towards the other side. It actually does break the door down as well. Might potentially make it a little bit awkward, a little bit of an entry point towards this round, but Issa going to line up some utility, sending that one over onto the bounce. It's going to actually look like potentially going under... No. Okay, never mind. All the way deeper towards Long, trying to gather that information towards the back of the side. Lou picks up another, so does Pain, and all of a sudden, it's only on to Issa. So Direwolves have certainly turned one on its head. Issa does find Lou, but Pain to trade it out, and it's a nice and clean round. Direwolves back on top, back consistently, and unfortunately the Bandits, they don't get to take advantage of that second round after they won the pistol. And now they're back onto another eco here, Dion. What answers do they need to sort of try and find so early on in this match?
It's kind of unfortunate for them in that one as well, right? Because they found a couple of the openers on the back of QQ. They found a way in which they would look to hold things, but in leaving the site itself and putting a little bit more of their footsteps over toward the short area, they almost opened the door for Direwolves to get into the site. And once they did, they got the plant down. The showstopper was only used as a little bit of a scare tactic in the end to force Bandits back, and then it was just the Direwolves finding the necessary kills to close things out. So in toward this fresh new round, you do have the Bladestorm already popped out from QQ, which is something we haven't touched upon, right? On the Omen in the previous map, I was expecting to come on into this one, you know, with QQ on the sort of assistive characters. It's actually on the duelist on the Jet right now, so completely changing it up.
Top does get a last little shot. Nice to see it. And now Lou trying to lock it down. This is the round that you don't want to be losing if you're the Direwolves, but it looks like QQ's got a couple of answers. They do manage to bring it back to at least a 2 versus 2. That is going to be the spike planted by Wrath. But still QQ, hunting, looking to see what he's going to be able to find here. The Killjoy turret is available. Wrath's just going to be basically listening for the audio cue. Does put down that lockdown, which is actually going to make it a little bit tough. Do they go in early? Do they run through the nano swarm? Certainly trying to make it a little bit dicey here. The QQ, he hits another shot inside the smoke, but now it's all
They didn't destroy it!
Does reposition. The lockdown does quite take him down, and now I think Jun can pretty much win out the rest of his round. No! Jun! What's going on? Hello? You win that round, my friend.
Yeah, that feels like Jun had the plate in his hand and he's just dropped it and stood on the shattered bits. I'm kind of a little bit lost for words. That round should have been Direwolves, right? You see the mistakes from Bandits in that round, the pushing through, the misdestruction of the lockdown, and you saw him shooting the bullets. You heard him shooting the bullets in the shed. You go for your target, and it just feels like Jun, for whatever reason, maybe ran out of mouse pad, didn't turn the mouse too quickly and stuff. It's just, yeah, I don't know what's happened there.
Yeah, well, the obvious situation is, right, you kill the, person that can actually move around, and then you go in for the knife or something on the person that has been detained, but instead he tries to shift his focus. I feel like he did look like he was maybe away off the line from the stairs, thought he was safe, but look, anyway, we could overanalyze that one to the other side of the planet, and it still wouldn't make much sense. So, at the end of the day, Bandits, I guess, lucky, but I'm not going to, discredit their early round efforts as well, because it was the sort of round to be found back in. Of course, QQ did in the end get taken down, but he was happy to find a few solid frags to get the team back into it.
Yeah, and I was going to say as well, in putting that lockdown on the floor for the Direwolves, they're without it this time. And you've got the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury on the side of the Bandits, so nothing to keep them from holding on to these ultimates. You sometimes see those duels, both teams hold lockdowns, hold Hunter's Furies, and then it's just whoever drops it first will ultimately lose out that duel of those ults. But the Direwolves, they're going in with a little bit of haste now in toward the A site. Lou's already in with these blades, has cleared all of hell. We're going to have the plant be denied for a little bit from the Hunter's Fury, but Wrath in the meanwhile has opened up for 2, and now the onus is back on the Bandits to bring something back into this round. That's a good start, though.
Yeah, Lou getting aggressive once more. Now the Cosmic Divide will actually be sent up by Mist onto the other side. Pain's happy to just sort of sit and lay wait here for a little while longer. Shocked up through, does go over towards the top though. And now they're going to be very close to each other on the opposing side. How do they go for it? Pain walks on through. Yuna is there to pick up a couple, but Wrath with the 3K, it's going to be Mist to close it as well. Nicely done from the Direwolves, locking down the round with 2 alive. And I think that was the great use of the Cosmic Divide to allow them the extra space. Yuna did well to try and re-entrance, but look, again, it's the Direwolves finding a decent round, and I'm liking Wrath on this Killjoy lurking.
My heart nearly jumped a beat there as well, Mitch, because I see Jun get out those shock darts, but the first one didn't destroy it, and I'm like, okay, is the second one going to? Didn't see it, was looking toward it, and then eventually it did get it in the end there. So it was all good. If that lockdown actually exploded and contained everybody, it would have actually gotten everybody at the Direwolves, and then that would have been Bandits around. That's one of those, those 1%ers that it'd be really unfortunate for Direwolves there, but they do manage to find out that round. We move over into the new one. The wall goes down through mid. The Nebula does get dissipated back as Mist will push through. We'll find the first opener, a little bit of the Astro difference. Wrath has been taken down to 16 HP.
Good frag found on the way back, however. QQ does at least get one for his troubles, but Pain and also now Hayes trying to force his way in. Mist running out of bullets, and Hayes gets a nice frag here. So all of a sudden, we don't see the Bandits done just yet. It is going to be Pain to try and find it. They've got the line. Jun, that's a great hold there. And then on the other side, they should be able to swing on in and look to find QQ, but another sharp shot. Puts himself into a bit of an awkward predicament. Onto the other side of the Pain Shields there. Does manage to utilize the tailwind, and now Pain can sort of do it with the cheeky little Phantom Sidewinder, and now Direwolves finding a 5th round. So still creating the space, pushing down the pressure on the Bandits, but they need to make sure that they do still collect this round as well. We could potentially see QQ pick up the Operator, and he will. So this is another opportunity for Bandits to get back into this one.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those times as well for Bandits, you know, likewise of Bind when they're in a sort of circumstance where they're only finding a round here and there. They're going to need to just ultimately find 1, 2, 3. Then we really start to talk about them bringing something back into this game. But with everything just being disconnected from them, we kind of are following in pursuit of the previous map. The Direwolves, though, they need to continue to do so to really put down some discipline in this match, to plant their feet and say, we are here to properly play in amongst it and continue out in the lower bracket run. We've had a couple of kills in this round already. Issa is not going to be destroyed out by the rocket. It's going to be Mist's gun in the end. And now it is all onto Hayes. 1 versus 4. This round for the Bandits, it is not going their way.
Hayes, 1 versus 4. We'll be able to get the snake bite out. Does sidestep the shot. Finds another frag, but Jun, confident, peeks on in. That was a little bit dicey though, Dion. That was very low, the members of the Direwolves. But at least they do manage to get their 6th round on the board. That is sending the economy away for the Bandits. Dropping it down, having to only go back in with those Sheriffs. They did have some success in an earlier round in that same situation. But yeah, man, look, they've got a Bucky, a Marshall. It's just starting to look a little bit worrisome now for the side of the Bandits. As, you know, 6 rounds already picked up by the Direwolves. They should very well be looking to find their 7th here.
Well, alrighty. Looking to win out the half here is the Direwolves. Already heard them roar from the previous map, of course, as I just previously mentioned. Almost feels like a bit of a similar played style in this round for the Direwolves too. Like the last one, the stretch out through main and mid. See if they can find any lurking Bandits around. Look to tie them up, as Lou will find the first opener on to Yuna. No flanks to come out at the moment, as Mist is looking after that in the pizza area. Now as the clearing of the site comes into play, Issa will be good for 1, traded on out, and you really just want to see a little bit more damage done from Bandits in this round to keep the money somewhat honest for the Direwolves, but I mean, they're a little bit far forward at this point, aren't they?
CJH, at least finding 1 for his troubles, does have the Cosmic Divide available, but Mist on the other side will swing out, doing the damage, and that sort of does send any chances away for CJH in this situation. On the other side of the Nebula, that one is going to fade in just a second, can pick up the Vandal, but still, there's so much purple going on, I can't imagine how grey your screen must look right now. And the Direwolves pick up their 7th, so still 5 ahead.
As long as it's good for Crash, we're all good. Operator's out for QQ. It's been a little bit since we've had it in the possession there properly, and it is only backed up by you know, the rest of the team on these Vandals. Yeah, but no shields or anything. So it's one of these buys where the Bandits are kind of just cornered in. They know they have to go for the purchase to try and get something established on the board. Could have seen maybe the half buy in, but they're not going to choose to do so. Immediate engagement goes the way of the Direwolves, as Bandits are forced to fall back. Lockdown to be brought in play. Can have the counter lockdown, which is going to happen. I wonder, is the Hunter's Fury going to come out to destroy it? Yes, it is.
Good usage. Onto the other side. Mist going to be able to find 1. No one destroyed. On the other side, it's going to be Lou with 3. And just as quickly as it is sort of coming back, we do push towards this situation. 1 versus 5. Hayes fires a couple of warning shots, but unfortunately can only get that one. And that's pretty much done.
Two rounds to go in the half. Bandits back to probably an eco here. Hayes has chosen to force up, can always sell back. 1 away from the Viper's Pit as well. Have we had the Viper's Pit deployed?
I actually had this conversation
once, because it's
like,
been refreshed
the other day. I don't think it's come out, and this is what I mentioned the last
not
time.
ready yet,
because we saw, yeah, but we saw Bandits on the other weekend, right? Like, when was it used? But again, we saw them last night, similar sort of situation. We saw them obviously in Rising Heroes, again, similar sort of situation. The kit is there and it is being used, but like, not enough at the same time. And that's sort of where I mean. They're trying to get these pocket picks out with the more challenging and versatile kits, but they're not really using what the capacity is.
Well, the capacity right now is 3 alive for each side and a little bit of util still to work with. Both Cosmic Divides available. Issa manages to catch the frag on toward Lou, and now Bandits, they actually have a little bit of a lead going in toward the retake now in this one. Nebula over toward the door as the nanobot does get destroyed. Shockies to come on through as well from Jun, but you're really just looking at the containment for Direwolves right now. Are any of these Cosmic Divides going to come on down? The star down towards Hell will be utilized as a gravity. Well, you would expect it's going to be doing so as well. The Cosmic Divide is on out. The one-on-one trades on through. It's all down to Miss, but he can't get translation onto the ladder. And it is now going to be the 3rd round on the board for the Bandits. And yeah, I'm just really kind of looped in on that Viper pit. It's been used once, but I just don't know where.
It's okay. Again, I think one of those situations where we could analyze it to the end of the world, but wouldn't really sort of change a whole lot. Ultimate summary is Hayes has had his impressive moments, but there's a lot that he needs to work on if he wants to really contest for the best, because I do like it. You know, this obviously structural setup from the side of the Bandits is a really, you know, strong composition on a map like this, you know, utilizing the Viper, obviously, while she is still relatively strong. But if you don't sort of know what you're doing with it, and that's, I guess, part and part of the fact that they don't have their full roster, they're not settled into their correct agents, it does make it a little bit awkward. So, yeah, anyway. That's where I sort of sit on it, you know, if you're going to be picking up, like that's Nebula. Nebula was a team that's sort of picking up a different competition of the agents, and they're looking really strong. So it can work if it's well sort of drilled.
Certainly can. A couple of trades to come out in the server right now. Another one there from CJH looking to get this plant down. Issa actually moves his crosshair a little bit preemptively as well, which is quite the unsightly vision there. Player advantage for the Direwolves, getting this plant on down. Turrets overlook the site as well. Bandits, you know they have to go for this retake. It is the last round in the half. It's really just going to be to them. How do they look to get back into it? Hayes does get caught out in the end. It's all on a CJH. 1 versus 2. Gravity Well, Nova Pulse used on the site. Nobody up at the lane. Both of the Wolfpack are on the site itself. Looking to play this crossfire as the recon dart will lock CJH in for just a moment. Now he'll look to extend on out. Has seen the head of Jun. Will find the frag. Can he get the second one as well? Time's ticking away. 5 bullets in the chamber. 4. Fake tap. Gets the headshot. 4K on the board. And Bandits will also turn it in to the 4th round.
Kind of nasty with it. CJH looking big. That Astra, 4 huge kills, and they managed to sort of bring it back through. So all of a sudden, it's not a horrible, horrible half. You know, sure, they're moving into the more challenging, somewhat more challenging attacking side. But if they've got the momentum behind them, you know, maybe they're hyped up a little bit inside the team speak that they can actually sort of kick forward and try to pick up this pistol round. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, it is just kind of becoming quite clear that, you know, Bandits do have a lot more that they need to learn, do have a lot more work that they need to do. And I reckon what's cool is actually checking over to this Direwolf side, right? Payne had an extremely quiet game on Vine, but it was mainly Lou sort of stepping up to the plate. Now we're seeing the ultimate swap around, the old, you know, switcheroo as Payne sits upon the top and Lou is down on the bottom.
Hey, sometimes it does happen, doesn't it? Provide yourself a different opportunity, different map, different structure, different foundations and formations. It's good to see, though, for Payne, that he is able to get things happening in this one to assist the side. And with 4 rounds of padding as well for the Direwolves, if things do go awry, they will be able to recover. But for Bandits, that's the certainly the retaliation that they are after. The drone in will clear some info. As Mist won't be able to destroy it with a clip.
Hearing some hurt right now. They're sort of the old tags up nice and gently. Again, as we spoke about, you know, potentially an opportunity for Bandits to pick up their momentum and carry it into the next round. And Jun does have to just rely on the recon bolt, which will head up over towards the top. Does spot a couple of members, all 3 actually, that are towards this location right now. And that is a great pick in from Jun. But is he going to be ready for that member on the other side? Gets tagged up through the smoke, and that is going to be CJH. Collecting it back now onto the 2 versus 2 as Mist will bring his way back into this. Lou going to be joining him as well. The Astral Form does come out as they are going to be able to send down another star. That's going to go towards the back. The Gravity Well, maybe. No, it's just a Nebula to actually go out. But QQ, he's going to swing around. No. No, unfortunately, the Tailwind does take Lou into the wall. Can't quite move out. Bandits beyond, they're still in this.
They're still in this. They pick up the pistol. They'll be welcoming that one into it. It's technically 3 in a row if you think about it, with the last half coming to a close as well. But that is, you know, one of the big things that we needed to see from them, right? Getting established early on this attacker's side won't leave them sort of playing catch up in this one. They still technically are, but they should by all means be able to find this round and then play for the bonus if possible, like find that one. And then we're really starting to think about, all right, Bandits, possibility. Will we see split? But to me, they have to find this cleanly. They have to find the bonus. And those are the two things.
So how do they push forward? Issa, good to find the opening here. Jun's going to be taken down as well. So looking like it is going to be nice and clean. And unfortunately, that will be a shock dart death. No, not quite. Hayes does close it though with 2 on that judge. Nice to see it. Bandits, they get 6. They close the gap now. It's going to be important for Direwolves to try and find this round back. On the other side, Bandits looking pretty consistent here. But again, bonus extremely important. However, they are looking much more happy and consistent than they were on the previous map.
Certainly so. Certainly so. Back to the drawing board on Bind for them a little bit later. And remember, the scoreline against the Mind Freaks was 13-8, so we know that the Bandits do have it in them to put up some performances. Now for the Direwolves, it's for them to not sort of get complacent, right? They're back on toward their rifles. They had a good string of rounds gathered on the first half. And this bonus of Bandits will be known throughout the server as well, that they are at a little bit of a weakened state if you do equate things on a scale. So Direwolves playing patiently on this defensive side, not pushing forward to gather any extra information to sort of lead the charge in this round. They will be relying upon the Bandits, who again playing out a little bit of this default as well. Lent over more so towards B, but you do have the interest up through short as well already from QQ. Only on the Sheriff though, won't have any assistance, and they're actually going to call over from the squad to get over towards A.
Keep it on in now. Still utilizing that extra sort of positioning. Mist will have to fall on his way back, but they do have all members sort of pretty hungry for this one. I guess Payne is going to be in a bit of an awkward spot, but he does get 1, 2, not quite 3. It's going to be Lou to at least open up one on the back, but CJH does collect. That's 2 good frags. Now onto the other side, we'll close the door, but I'm not sure if he's actually going to be able to find it. And Dion, that is the spike that's going to be dropped. The gravity well will start to bring Jun in, but it's actually going to put CJH into a bit of an awkward situation on towards the other side. Jun a little bit shaky, but does collect the shot in the end. Happy to sort of tap around. And Direwolves walk away with 9 right now. They are, you know, winning that important round of the bonus. And now it's on to Bandits to see if they can sort of contest back. Of course, they've got plenty of money to work with. They didn't reinvest really in any sort of way. And Lou is a little way off of the Blade Storm, so he's going to have to sort of, maybe what? Oh, never mind, he can have Jun drop for him. That's all good.
Money management, Conky. It is a big thing right now in the game, because this is where we start to get into the depth rifle rounds. This is the point where you want to see the balancing equation start to happen, right? The balancing act. So what are we going to be witnessing? A missed showstopper to get things in the beginning. Our drone to be sent on through as well will be destroyed, getting out a tag. So a bit of information off the get-go for the Direwolves. Will they slip up from here, though? That's going to be one of the big things. Bandits still spreading themselves out. Our drone going to get destroyed by Lou. Does have the tailwind, but he hasn't really had the opportunity to sort of dash away freely. And he will be punished for it in the end. Only good for 1.
Toxin screen down. Here.
Chillin'. Still sort of trying to work it out over time. Hayes has been the man repetitively, sort of trying to poke and prod over towards that A position, but look at the utility that is down. So much that they need to try and break through that Wrath has actually sent on down. I've liked Wrath in this situation. Just waiting now. Looking to clear back in towards short. Not going to utilize the recon bolt just yet. Maybe some information in just a second. Wrath can start to move up, but now sending that utility out. Missed the strike through. That's a good bit of timing and a good bit of confidence as well. Like to see it from the in-game leader, as he is now going to start to use that Nova Pulse as well, which is going to throw them off a lot. Wrath up on the other side will get taken down by QQ, but now Mist can reposition. Still has that spike available. They are going to drop the door no now, but that will be the paint shells coming out, making it very awkward. Dion, they still managed to drop the spike time and time again, and Payne to drop down QQ. Direwolves well and truly back into this right now, and they are absolutely dominating in this position, sending the economy back down low for the Bandits, and now potentially on the hall now to close it out potentially.
Yep, they start off quite nicely with Mist in that one. You know, we sort of talked about it was one of the players in our head-to-head being on that IGL department, you know, can sometimes be a really big thing because you need to coordinate with your whole team completely. It's why you see nowadays teams kind of bring themselves off the Jet IGL on the operator, right? Because they try to position their team around themselves, but you need to allow your team to sort of move freely as well and sort of almost give direction over toward it. I love this updraft from Lou. It's not going to be welcoming any frags, but a lot of information from the Direwolves. But yeah, it is really good to see Mist be able to put up the performances as well as assist completely on the team from that IGL standpoint.
Good, Wrath picking up 2 here, but Issa certainly happy with that. Going to be able to pick up 2 with that Sheriff. Issa has been certainly one of the standouts in this roster, but, you know, maybe a little bit up and down, a little bit inconsistent. Has the capacity to sort of pop the hell off, but then again, so does this man on your screen in just a second, at least in Lou. Payne is going to be absolutely bounding in towards that site. Does he spot out Issa? Yes, he does. And that's all in the CJH in that 1 versus 3, but it's not going to be enough. Despite finding the 2 shots with the Sheriff, it will be Lou to close it. So 11 rounds now for the Direwolves. 2 more to close out this entire evening for us, Theon. A little bit earlier than expected. You know, these kind of nights have the capacity to go very late, and despite, you know, obviously waiting for one of those members to get home for the Bandits, who did have a pretty cheeky night at work. Understandable, right? That's the thing, though. A lot of people forget. Even pretty much all of these players, like I was trying to think about it just before, how many
Bandits
teams
have 4 players in high school.
Yeah, correct. And that's the thing, right? How many players are full-time? I think Sonics, obviously. Order are as well. Direwolves, you know, salaried, sure, but probably not that high. I know some of the members still work. And then we look to the other rosters, you know, Mindfreak still working, salaried but low, Bliss still working, salaried but not that high. So, and it's not even about the money. It's just the fact that these teams aren't putting in, you know, 9 to 5 cracking hours. They're just sort of getting home from school, getting home from work, and playing with the best sort of time they can. So that's the thing about Oceania. If you want to sort of, you know, make it big, you've got to be, you know, willing to sacrifice a lot of time that is your spare time and try your hardest to go firm.
Well, Direwolves are trying their hardest right now to contain in amongst this tree area and the short area. Lots of damage ticked off from a bunch of the bodies, but it's going to be Hayes to start off in the round, finding Mist. That's going to be smokes down for the Direwolves, and evidently so. Bandits now, their masters are being brought on because they are hiding. They are finding things. CJH looking to close it. It's just down to Payne. Is this flawless? It is! Well played from the Bandits. Another one on the board from them. We aren't seeing Direwolves find 12 just yet.
Yeah, not yet at all. Looks like Bandits still have another answer for them. They want to make sure that they keep on continuing, getting their job done. Fingers crossed that they do have what it takes. Because obviously, you know, that will take us to map number 3, which is Split. Split is a map that we don't really get to see a whole lot. A lot of teams are a little bit turned off by it, I guess. You know, we only sort of do see it come out when we do see Order play. It is one of their sort of champion picks that they like to get out on the regular. But I think that's one of the sort of things, you know, it's back like when we used to see Nuke very much, suppose, gate kept by the Chiefs back in the CS days before a lot of teams did start to pick it up. Similar sort of to an Icebox, you know, we've got to see a lot more teams practice that one, but it doesn't appear that many do want to.
Love me some Icebox.
We do still see, yeah, absolutely same. As I said, when we saw it earlier on tonight, it used to be the map I hated the most, and now I'm kind of like, you know, I don't want to see Haven anymore. Let me see heaps of Icebox.
I can't wait for Breeze to be able to get back into the pool, but it looks like there is something in the air in this one because Direwolves, they are finding a bit of a breeze in it. Only dropping 1 player so far. It's going to be down to Hayes, and it's not even going to come out. Blue getting a bit of the fade away as Direwolves find 12. Now they are looking to close this one out.
Match point. They've got at least decent money, the side of Bandits, to continue to force back, you know, 5 rounds. Not impossible, certainly doable. But yeah, I've got to give a shout to Payne, you know, swapping around, again, trading places with Lou. But this game round, every single member of the Direwolves have been stepping up to the plate. And I guess similarly could be said by the by Bandits, sorry. You know, most of the players have had their little pop-off moments. We saw that big 4K come out from CJH. QQ's been hitting some nice shots as well.
Revealing it.
So just sort of sitting on this one for a moment, seeing what the bandits want to do. Already deployed their toxic screen over towards the A site. A little bit of the surrounding plays from both B and A. Lockdown available for bandits over at that B site. Gonna get deployed. Could have the answer come out as well. They are really trying to sell a fake over towards this B site and expect to explode over here. But that's Spike. That's the announcement as well. That's now known. The jig is up for bandits, and even another one to come through from Lou. He's just looking to close it out from here. Will be punished for overstepping. 2 players advantage for the Dire Wolves as the Spike will eventually make its merry way into the site of A to get the plant. Hopefully, QQ though, he falls, and now Mitch. It's all on to Hayes.
Toxins going up.
1 versus 4. Hayes, my friend, we've been critical of you tonight, but we want to see you blow up. Now would be your opportunity, but unfortunately, it is not going to be his time just yet. We are going to be seeing your Dire Wolves take through that map of Ascent 13-7. So congratulations to them. It was a very dominant run on Bind, and it looked like everyone was actually kind of warmed up tonight. You know, Dire Wolves have been on that downward trend a little bit, as I mentioned. You know, we had some, personal chats to some of the players and work out what's going on. They haven't got their full final roster set up or anything like that. They are just sort of taking their time. And it seems like, you know, obviously with Mist coming in, very much a training arc at this point in time. You know, they want to learn and they want to develop. And whilst we do get Wrath into the server to have a little bit of a post-game interview, get his thoughts, Dion. Oh, never mind. We've got him actually right now. Dylan, my man, Wrath, we've got you on the line. How you doing, big fella?
Yeah, pretty good, mate. How about yourself?
Yeah, no, pretty good, man. We just got to watch you guys actually, you know, be pretty damn fired up and take down the bandits in, you know, relatively easy fashion. They started to bring it back a little bit on Ascent, but, you know, you guys seem to be slotting in. You know, we spoke earlier, obviously, Mist taking on that IGL role. How's it been for you, sort of stepping back from the IGL and being allowed to sort of find yourself a bit more on the Killjoy and the Breach?
It's been pretty good, actually. It's just relieved a lot of pressure on me. I can look at my crosshair and stuff a lot more rather than like looking at the radar constantly, sort of micromanaging a lot. But yeah, it's good. Been able to play like a different sort of style, I guess.
Yeah, awesome.
Congratulations for tonight, Wrath, of course, taking up that win. One question moving forward into the future for you is sort of, who is the team that you guys are looking to beat that'll like propel you guys further?
Well, obviously Order is the number 1 team, but I think Mindfreak are definitely a gatekeeping team at the moment. So if you want to touch Order, you got to take down Mindfreak by the looks of it. And we are yet to do that.
Yeah, we'll look like Mindfreak are yet to do that as well. They keep getting really close, but then sort of falling by the wayside. And I think that's the crazy thing. Like, you obviously know all those Order boys from the CS days, and I think it's just like they make so few mistakes. But I guess, you know, during this training arc right now, whilst you guys are sort of settling, what's sort of the focus now? Obviously, I know that potentially, you know, this might not be the final roster, a lot of changes, but that's not for your guys' team alone. That's so many of these teams. What's kind of the Dire Wolves short-term plan as they do play out the rest of sort of these next couple of competitions?
Definitely focusing on just getting some solid foundations going at the moment, rather than playing a sort of loose style. So now we're sort of playing it a bit textbooky, I guess. Just fixing our protocols, etc. Pretty much just being more structured as a team and just knowing what to do when certain things happen. And the deeper our like sort of strat book goes, it's like the easier it is to learn newer things, I guess. It's just like learning anything, really.
Well, I guess a little bit of a fun one to close it out. In learning newer things, what are your personal thoughts on Breeze?
I think it's an S tier map, to be honest. It's definitely better than Bind. It's definitely better than Bind and Split, I'd say. Mainly because they give me like 30 hertz when I play that against Viper and Astra. I like Breeze. It's pretty open site. You got enough room, enough utility to execute properly. It's like not too. It is a bit aim dually, but you can avoid the aim duels by using utility. And I don't know. Still need to play it competitively, I guess. We haven't really touched Icebox much as a team, but that map sort of grew on me a lot more than Split and Bind, at least. Regardless of all the hate I gave it when it first came out.
Bro, it's so funny. Literally, we were having the exact same competition, right? The second Icebox came out, I thought it was the worst map in the pool by far, but now I'm actually enjoying watching it. But man, look, a great always, to chat with yourself, my friend. Can't wait to catch up for a beer with you. But down the track, what do we want to hear from yourself? Have you got any words or final sort of thoughts you'd like to give or a shout out as we do close up the night?
Just shout out to our org, I guess, and all our fans, if we have any of those. All the people who support us in the chat.
Definitely do.
Yeah, I know we've had some disappointing results, but we won't be losing for much longer. This will be a new leaf, I guess you could say. So expect some wins from us because we're putting in the time.
Awesome. Well, there you go, guys. We have heard from Raph. A pleasure, as always, to get a mind of the insight from the big fella. But Dion, it is the close of the night. Of course, we are going to bring in that bracket right now to check in about what we have already seen and give you guys a little bit of understanding of what you are going to be seeing tomorrow. So tonight, of course, we did manage to see Tyrant 2-0 McTeam. It was a very one-sided affair. McTeam just sort of couldn't really get their way into it. It was 13-1, 13-2-4. And then, of course, on the other side, we've just seen Direwolves take down the Bandits 13-3, 13-7. Definitely think that the Bandits had a bit more to throw at them, but Direwolves, they were feeling it this evening. And Dion, you over with our good friend 2Tap Tony tomorrow have some spicy games. So why don't you tell us about that tomorrow night?
Certainly do. Of course, starting a little bit earlier tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. Melbourne time, Sydney time, Australian Eastern Standard Time, whatever that is over in your region as well. Make sure you do look upon that one because those are going to be some great matches to come on forward tomorrow. Expected, I guess, a little bit more closer than today. We were expecting today to actually be close as well, but it was not. It was an affair, a one-sided affair, in fact, over for the winners of tonight. So tomorrow, make sure you do tune in, drop a follow on the respective channel that you are watching this one on as well. Yeah, we'll say farewell to you tomorrow, but you'll be back on Sunday to look to close it out with me as well.
Absolutely. So guys, again, thank you all to watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you all here. For us, obviously, in Oceania, breaking the 5K viewer mark for pretty much the entirety of this competition so far on the Valorant channel has been awesome. I know it's very late for the big priority of the viewers, mainly being from North America and Europe, maybe a little bit later in the morning or something along those lines. But look, it warms our hearts to have everyone sort of, cheering on the Oceania teams and getting a little bit of understanding. But obviously a massive shout out to Vodafone and LG for allowing us to put on this event alongside Let's Play Live. But guys, without further ado, I've been Mitch Conky Con Cannon. Alongside me, Dion Komodo Parada. Komodo will be closing you out for the evening. Make sure you tune in tomorrow again. That will be 3:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. But yes, again, we'll see you all tomorrow. Peace out.